agak clear. Jadi
step up in this game like I'm hammering nails. Burst a flat plane, listen up, I'll tell you tales. Home Depot vibes on my tools, no fails. Level up my vision while the world just derails. Sharon said it first, now I'm chasing the truth. First wanna know, is he chilling or aloof? Now I'm flexing with the facts while they playing the fool. Flat earth, no curve, I'm breaking all the rules. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. Rolling deep through Antarctica, you know what's up. Snowflakes in the air, yeah, we sipping from the cup. Well, Duffy said, trust me, I came out of the blue. Started from the hustle, now I'm building my crew. Wait, I'm stacking up truth like I'm lumber from the store. Got the blueprint, baby, I'm ready for war. See the horizon straight, no dip in my sight. Thug life on the flat, bringing knowledge to the fight. With this line, Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So I'm here to break walls, I'm kicking down doors, hash street life, I'm hustling what's mine is ours. A whole new vision, we gon' stack and we gon' rise. With my crew by my side, we defy all the lies. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on a 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah.
the end of May 2020, Jose JG Retard Show.
Jose, can I just add something really quickly? Just because I'm going to go in a second. Jose, you're asking for you know, like this Nobel Peace Prize in science.
Nice one, Dean the dipshit Stingray. A Nobel Peace Prize in science, eh? My word. You can't make this shit up, folks. Hey, Dean, is water vapor a gas? Apparently, Dean the dipshit Stingray, Jedi mind tricked a butthead into thinking there was a Nobel Peace Prize in science.
Say that.
The person who invented the MRI is Dr. Tyson's professor in college, who won a Nobel Peace Prize.
A Nobel Peace Prize for an MMR? Really? What the hell is an MMR? And a Nobel Peace Prize? What did they send it to Iran and said, you can't step away from the peace talks now? What a friggin' bonehead. Now, with her next thesis defense.
I think that you have a point. But at the same time, I would also grab something that would help me understand it. Like, so I don't know what this word means. There's a dictionary right there. Or I'd Google it. What does this term mean? And that might open up the whole world to say, oh, now I can finish reading the rest of this paper. It might be something just like that. You know, it might just be a word or two or 10 that you've never ran across before, and you have to educate yourself on some things.
Yeah. Here's a word we never ran across before. Equivocation. Why don't you educate us on that word? Clown.
Yes,
it's not the same equivocation.
What the hell did you just say?
Well, it doesn't have the same equivocation. Of fervor. That's why it's a bad analogy.
Equivocation of fervor? Well, now that you contextualized it, that makes all the difference in the world. Folks, if you haven't realized that these bald-tarred boneheads are bumbling buffoons bereft of any basic reasoning whatsoever, then you need to be institutionalized. Collectively, these pretender clown numpty dipshits should be horse tranquilized, sent to Shady Meadows for an emergency lobotomy. Immediately. And we're off. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Throw it on over to Discord. I think we're in the south side of Chicago Discord. Is that where we're at?
Equivocate. Actually triangulate. No, I'm just kidding. I'm over here. I don't know exactly. It's kind of. Give me a second.
You don't know exactly. It's kind of. What the hell is that?
It's kind of like in between like Hodgkins and countryside. Like,
what does that mean?
Chicago's really close, but we're not exactly in Chicago because Chicago's huge, you know?
Yeah, yeah. If you ever go to the south side of Chicago, you got to look out for bad Leroy Brown.
Yeah, exactly.
On the south side of Chicago. Man, I can't sing like him.
East of Omaha.
That's not East of Omaha. That's Bob Seger. I'm talking about Jim Croce. What the hell? My God. This is gonna it's gonna be a good show today.
I'm dead.
What is that? You were saying you're friggin' damn busy, boy. That's turn the page from Bob Seger, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Is Bob Seger from the south side of Chicago or what?
Don't think so.
Let's see where
It's just funny.
Let's see where Bob Seger's from. Bob Seger. That's an old name, boy. Wonder where he's been. He died yet? Let's talk to the part of the boys. Where's he from? Bob Seger. Hold on. This is. Got a wiki article at least? I don't see one. Huh. Where was Bob Seger born? Oh, hey, close. Detroit.
Detroit, Michigan.
That's right.
Yeah, they're like right there. You know, Chicago, Detroit. They're right there in violent crimes, right?
Yeah, they're close. It's close, but it's not going to save you. You know what your problem is? You're just equivocating.
Equivocating, exactly.
You're equivocating with fervor.
That's so funny.
It's so stupid. I pulled that out of the cobwebs. That's way back there. I think it was, like I said, 2020, man. It's bad. These idiots, they're so friggin' clueless. They will get up and speak, and they speak like second grade retards. A Nobel Peace Prize in Science. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that from baltards. They are just retarded. Listen, hey, ballers, there is Nobel Peace Prizes, right? Then there's a completely different category, a Nobel Prize in Physics. They're completely separate. Peace in physics is separate. You absolute asshats. But keep on saying, I shouldn't even said anything, so they keep on doing it. They're not, these two bozos.
Let them equivocate with fervor.
These two bozos are not the first or the last that I've heard say this crap. Jem Panda is another one. Nobel Peace Prizes in Science. He's another. Wonder what that old coot is doing. Haven't heard him for a while. We should play a numpty clip with him. Just, you know what? I'm gonna do that. Since a shout out to Adam, who's not gonna make it today. He's been sick for a while now. He was starting to get sick last Tuesday on the before the last show because he said he wasn't feeling well. He's been getting worse. That's what he said yesterday. So shout out to Adam. Don't know where Brian is. At least Flatchy was on time today, for God's sake.
I mean, that's just, it's a miracle. It really is.
You're telling me, and you're not even at home. You're in friggin' Chicago. Well, not in Chicago. You're in suburbia Chicago, right?
Yeah, we're at a hotel, a nice hotel too. There's a big old pool here, a fitness center. Like, don't have to miss out on workouts. But Sterling's just working out here, so.
Yep. All right. I'm gonna track down. I think it's on the next page. Hold on. Track down. No, those are signature ones. Let me go to the next page. Let me track down. I got a whole catalog of Jem Panda. Hold on.
And if it's a working out indoors, is that a work in?
Yeah.
That's true. Yes. That would be a work in. That's usually what people do these days, right? They work out inside.
Why do you park in a driveway and drive on a parkway?
Yeah, exactly.
I stole that. I stole that from George Carlin.
Why are oranges tangerine colored and why are tangerines orange colored?
It's a good point. All right, Jem Panda, where are you hiding at? I just went past a couple of them. I don't want to do. What is this one? Okay, let's just save that one right there. Let's go to the one that's really stupid. I think I got. There's like 8 of them, ladies and gentlemen. So I gotta sip through the one I want. Knowing is special, believing. Oh my God.
Knowing is special, believing. That's
yeah, you want to
good.
hear
That's
that
good.
one? Let's hear that one because it's so retarded.
Oh, brother.
Try this one. Don't give me any commercials. Okay, here we go. Before we get into Witsit and Tony, I need to prep myself. We need to get really stupid first so we can accurately and adequately assess that.
Yeah.
All right, let me make sure my volume's good because I want to hear this. All right,
And
here
I'm
we go.
not sure, but I think that it won't play ads on your own videos.
Yes, it
but
will.
I'm not sure.
Yes, it will. Yes, it does. I got these saved on a hard drive, but I'm too lazy to get the hard drive out. So if there's commercials or ads, too bad. Here we go. Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong, 31 March, 2020.
You admit knowledge is not fact, though.
Yes.
Ay, caramba.
So knowledge is not fact, eh? Oh, they're going to wax philosophical on us. So knowledge is not facts, right? You see, folks, this is the reason why you can't have a conversation, let alone an intellectual conversation, with baltards. Because they just make shit up. They don't know what they're talking about. So that's what we do. We spend our time spoon-feeding, spinning space monkeys that couldn't tell the difference between their ass and a pipe wrench. How can we get to the deeper things or more complex topics when we're stuck on what knowledge means? An incoherent third grader can reconcile this. So, Gamma Panda says, knowledge is not facts. Okay, well, let's take a look. I have 7 citations of the definition for knowledge. Oxford Dictionaries, knowledge, facts, information and skills acquired through experience or education. From his alma mater wiki, knowledge is a familiarity, awareness, or understanding of someone or something, such as facts, information, descriptions, or skills, which is acquired through experience or education by perceiving, discovering, or learning. From dictionary.com, knowledge, acquaintance with facts, truths or principles as from study or investigation, general erudition, knowledge of many things, awareness as of a fact or circumstance. From Collins Dictionary, knowledge, the act, fact, or state of knowing, acquaintance with facts, range of information, awareness, or understanding, the body of facts, principles, etc., acquired through human experience and thought. From Macmillan Dictionary, knowledge, all the facts that someone knows about a particular subject. From Lexico.com, knowledge, facts, information and skills acquired by a person through experience or education. Webster Dictionary, knowledge, the act or state of knowing, clear perception of fact, truth or duty, certain apprehension, familiar, organization, or cognition. If you thought that was moron, you ain't seen nothing yet.
You admit knowledge is not fact, though.
Yes, knowledge is
Okay,
not.
so it's yes, I know, I remember everything.
Knowledge
so you
can
admit
be facts.
So
knowledge can
fact,
be facts, and it can include facts.
Okay, so is this
But
is this
it isn't
an instance when your
necessary.
knowledge is fact?
Say what?
So knowledge is not facts, but knowledge can be facts? Violation of the law of identity. Duh.
Facts only exist in mathematics.
Are you high right now?
So facts only exist in mathematics? Well, you're a moron, and that's a fact. You have the equation for a moron on you, Jeremy? I'm eating some pineapple right now, and that's a fact. You have the mass for a pineapple? You birds humping natural experiment numpty?
Nothing is a 100% sure.
I know,
I'm not 100% sure about anything at all.
Nothing is 100% sure? Back to the pineapple, numpty. I'm 100% sure that I'm eating a pineapple, and I'm 100% sure that you're a Dunning-Kruger moron.
All knowledge is belief.
What the hell did you just say?
So all knowledge is belief, eh? We've clearly established that knowledge deals exclusively with facts. Let's take a look at what belief means. From Oxford Dictionaries, belief, an acceptance that something exists or is true, especially one without proof. Trust, faith, or confidence in someone or something. From your alma mater wiki, belief is the state of mind in which a person thinks something to be the case regardless of empirical evidence to prove that something is the case with factual certainty. So as it turns out, belief and knowledge are antithetical to each other.
I'm not kidding you. You're a big dummy.
So the all knowledge is belief statement is another violation of the law of identity. Great job. Why don't you say it with some backbone this time? Maybe you'll convince us.
All knowledge is belief. How many f***ing times?
Nah, it didn't work. You're an umpty.
Knowledge is a subset of belief.
That's not what you said 30 seconds ago. You said...
all knowledge is belief.
You even gave it to us with some backbone. Remember?
All knowledge is belief. How many f***ing times?
You got any other shades of belief for knowledge, Jeremy?
Knowledge is special belief.
So, we got all knowledge is belief, knowledge is a subset of belief, and knowledge is special belief. Knowledge is not belief at all, Jeremy. In fact, it's the antithesis of belief. As we've demonstrated, knowledge is not a subset, subcategory, or a subwoofer of belief. And knowledge is not special belief. But you're special, Jeremy. A special daft numpty. For an encore, topping his knowledge and belief prowess.
Listen, I can't demonstrate the Atlantic Ocean. I can't demonstrate a bluebird.
He can't demonstrate a bluebird.
Amazing.
Oh my God, man. Yep, he's one of the high-tier spinning ball space monkeys. Absolutely unbelievable. A second-grade retard would just look at him, roll their eyes, and laugh at him. That's how bad that is. My God.
What a fitting name for them. Spinning space monkeys.
Yep. All right. Knowing is special believing. Which one was I looking for? I had one that was pretty funny. This is a good one. Give it to me. Here we go. Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. Hammering away at the C4 fire again. March 2021.
You can look up and you can see a rocket working in a vacuum.
Oh, really? I've looked up plenty of times. I've never seen any rockets working in a vacuum. And where'd you get this vacuum from? You know, besides the one in between your ears? Clown.
Saying we don't know it's a vacuum is not true. We do know it's a vacuum.
You're a daisy if you do. So a nuh-uh, and you do know.
You have no reason to believe it's anything other than a vacuum, and lots of reasons to believe it's a vacuum.
Why would we need to believe in the first place, you fanatical religitard? Have you ever heard the statement, nature abhors a vacuum, by chance? You know, say for that space in between your ears, have you ever heard that? We have 6 reasons not to believe your horsepucky bollocks. It goes something like this. Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, parts of Dalton's Law, and the second law of thermodynamics that you just violated, you crayon-munching window licker.
We can have knowledge of rockets working in a vacuum by looking at a rocket working in a vacuum.
Profound as usual. Of course, you're going to have to find a natural vacuum other than that place between your ears to validate your horsepucky here, clown. Best wishes.
I'm still talking, knobhead.
You calling somebody else a knobhead is akin to Pol Pot calling the Dalai Lama a genocidal maniac.
Hang on, may I say something very important? When you say that rockets don't work in a vacuum, that's not a claim of non-existence.
What? That's a textbook example of a non-existence claim. Keyword don't. From Hale, Stephen, Thinking Tools, you can prove a negative. Cambridge University Press. A negative claim is a colloquialism for an affirmative claim that asserts that non-existence or exclusion of something. Ergo, for the claim rockets don't work in a vacuum is a negative claim, therefore a claim of non-existence. You're an imbecile.
Which rocket is it that doesn't exist then?
What? Dude, are you mainlining fluoride? Nobody claimed that rockets don't exist. You glue, sniff, and git. The claim is rockets don't work in a vacuum.
This begins with the claim that rockets don't work in a vacuum.
No, it didn't, you dude-licking fungus muncher. The entire argument began with your positive claim right here.
You can look up and you can see a rocket working in a vacuum. You can look up and you can see a rocket working in a vacuum.
You get it? Get?
Jem, claiming that rockets working in a vacuum exists?
No, look, you can't
No,
just...
you're not?
You can't just... No, I'm not.
You're not? Then what's this?
You can look up and you can see a rocket working in a vacuum. You can look up and you can see a rocket working in a vacuum.
Do you even know where you're at?
You can't just throw the word exist on the end of the sentence and go, aha, it's a conversation about existence. It is absolutely not a conversation about the existence of something.
It absolutely is. By definition, you clown. If a negative claim is one of non-existence, and it is, we just went over the definition by Stephen Hales, then a positive claim that you made, by the way, is ipso facto a claim of existence. You're a certified ignoramus.
It's about engineering and how that engineering works in reality. And you are making a specific claim about that engineering, as are we.
The claim isn't about engineering, Mr. Magoo. Your claim is about a rocket working in a fairy tale vacuum. Wake the hell up!
Who's saying we know rockets exist, but we're saying that they go up?
Right. Well, Jeremy's saying that this argument about how they work is actually about whether they exist or not, and that's not true.
Of course it's not true, because that's not his argument. Oh my God. You're retarded. You're a retard. That's it.
And he's doing that.
No. You're
doing that.
me.
He's doing that. That's exactly what you're doing, Jeremy.
I'm telling you, rockets. Hold on, Jen. Let's just so we're clear.
You're starting to spiral now.
You guys are saying rockets working. You guys are saying rockets working in a vacuum is a thing that exists, correct? Or am I straw manning you? No, you're not saying that.
You're straw manning me. That is incorrect.
Nah, that's correct. Let's take another listen.
You can look up and you can see a rocket working in a vacuum. You can look up and you can see a rocket working in a vacuum.
Clown!
Okay, let's go back to my question that I asked before.
What about my question?
Give me an example.
Work in a vacuum, Jen.
Give me an example of a rocket that you claim does not exist. If you're not saying rockets don't exist, and I'm not saying rockets don't exist, this is not an argument about the existence of rockets.
Hey! How would you like to have a conversation with that idiot?
I would not. I would not at all.
Par for the course.
It's an appeal to negativity.
Appeal to negativity, that's right.
What's up, man? What's up, Sezu?
Appeal
Yo,
to
yo.
losing my will to live.
I'm telling you. That's when Jeremy was squared away. He's gone full retard in Land of Misfit Toys 1.0 since then. Don't know how that can happen. But Gem Panda, let me tell you something, boy. you better take some tranquilizers with you. You better. What an absolute dork. doesn't even know what his claim is. I mean, it's first grade retard. I know who would have a conversation with him. Brian would have a conversation with Jim Panda. Wouldn't you, Brian?
Sympathize with the, the slow kids, the short bus.
Yeah. I see. Is Brian in here? I think I see him in here.
He is in here.
What's he doing?
Giving you the silent treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now.
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't. No. Maybe some years ago, but not now.
Oh, you were struggling to get the potato out of your mouth.
No. So you're not saying that rockets don't exist, and I'm not saying that rockets don't exist. So no, I'm okay for that. Thanks. Yeah. Some years ago I did, but not now. I don't be dealing with that now.
Let's do. We got one more from him. Well, I got about 6 more, but we'll only do one more. Let's see this one. Here we go. Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong, March 2021.
Oh, let's go back to my original question. Show me any reputable source anywhere that says the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
This is feeble, belly-laughing Mr. Magoo's sophistry, folks. And I've corrected this numpty on his Elmer Fudd tactic before. Namely, Ballbusters Live, titled Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong, dated 19 December 2020. Where this numpty said, and I quote, "Do you have any citations that support the fact that astronomy is not science?" End of quote. In which I retorted, you don't need citation to support simple deductions based on inherent facts, attributes, and traits, and the differences thereof between people, places, and things. For example, the statement an amoeba is not a tennis racket will never be found in citation. It's objectively true based on the inherent characteristics, attributes, and traits of amoebas and tennis rackets, respectively. Same concept applied to your most recent train wreck of a dumpster fire. And I quote, "Show me any reputable source anywhere that says that the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics." End of quote. Same treatment, you do-licking fungus muncher.
Look at you, big dummy.
Number 1, you don't need citation to support simple deductions and practical application of natural law. For example, you'll never hear or come across a citation that states flagella appeared from nothing in the slime mold sample. Why won't you come across that citation? Well, number 1, because it's batshit insane, and number 2, it violates the first law of thermodynamics. And by the way, Beavis, your dumpster fire appeal here is a logical fallacy. Argument from silence. Having established all that, I'm going to go ahead and provide that citation from a reputable source you asked for. In fact, the highest reputability on the subject. Listen closely. From the legend, Professor Frank Lambert, entropysite.oxy.edu. Gas expansion into a vacuum. Mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis. Each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. Due to increased dispersion of energy, with no change in total energy in the case of ideal substances, due to a greater number of microstates for the particular system involved. Now see if you can follow this. I'll go slow. Professor Lambert said, gas expansion into a vacuum fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. You with me so far, Crayon Muncher? So let's practically apply what the fine professor said. We have gas that we're breathing here on Earth, and we're told that it's adjacent to a vacuum without physical barrier between the two. According to the legend, Professor Lambert, the gas that we're breathing must expand into said vacuum and increase entropy. If it doesn't, then there is no vacuum adjacent to the gas we're breathing. Simple.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Game, set, match. Next block of instruction, how to look through a window while standing.
Look, he knows that when we say mass attracting mass...
Mass attracting mass? Number one, you or anyone else can't even define the disheveled monkey mass. Number two, Martin Rees, astronomer royale with cheese, esteemed British cosmologist and astrophysicist, via princetonpress.edu, and I quote, "What causes gravity and mass? These questions still baffle all of us." End of citation. According to Professor Rees, does mass attracting mass cause gravity? Nope. Apparently, the fine professor here didn't get your mindless Wiki Discovery Channel parroting memo. Perhaps you should educate him.
He knows that if you ask for a demonstration of that, I could just drop something. That's probably what most people would do, right? They'd drop the mic.
How about drop a helium balloon, you numpty?
He knows he's surrounded by objects that behave in that way, and he knows that this is the explanation for it.
What explanation? You didn't have one. Number two, nobody's interested in explanations. We can get those from your average village idiot. They're a dime a dozen. We need validated scientific experiment, which doesn't exist for your fairy tale gravity. Hell, you don't even have viable scientific hypothesis, which you or anyone from the hordes of your knuckle-dragging, window-legging, spinning ball space monkey crew could even construct.
So to say I don't see the thing that's
not, no, that's not what he's saying at all. You're just witnessing an effect, Jim. You got it all wrong, brother.
Correct.
You're saying that you don't believe in Newton's gravity because you don't see it anywhere.
What's up with these believe religitard appeals, ballers? You don't even realize what you're saying. Number two, Newton himself didn't believe in the gravity horseshit. Let's go through this for the 867,000th time. In a letter to Dr. Richard Bentley on February 25th, 1692, via stanford.edu, Isaac Newton says, "'Tis inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without mediation of something else, which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must be if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me." He also concludes further down in the letter that if anyone does believe the grievous gutter-grabbling goober gravity, that they essentially need to be institutionalized. Moreover, and this is even more perplexing, you're not mindlessly parroting the correct pseudoscience given to you by your priests. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, via Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From ScienceAlert.com, the mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. From Andrea Ghez, professor of physics and astronomy, UCLA. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
Fatality.
And finally, from Britannica.com, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity.
Uh-oh!
For it requires an unspecified action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require that gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity.
Say hello to my little friend.
That'll be about it for that. That was a long one. Okay, you guys still with me?
Yep.
Yep. Yes. Yes, sir. That's what
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You've been hanging around south side of Chicago for too long.
Yes, I know. Heels together, ma'am.
That's right. All right.
She's picking up some
bad habits. All right. So that was pretty stupid. So get ready for some more stupidity, unless we have to deal with some old business. Any old business we got to deal with?
Well, I just want to just comment on that there. It's like within those clips, those numpty clips, you provide all the citation and needed, right? And this is, they're going, like, I don't know when you stopped making them or when you started making them, but it was a few years ago. And I mean, what more do people want? Like, there you go. There is the guys who you look up to telling you that you're wrong. What more do you want? Do you know what I mean? No, they want to keep arguing. Because we're flat earthers, they just will not accept they won't accept the citations from the people in the know within their own paradigm because we are presenting them to them. You know, it's ridiculous. Just that one term, flat earth, is all it takes to cause someone to go completely against you, regardless of what you're saying.
They don't know their paradigm. That's the whole problem. They don't know it. They're anti-flat earthers. They're part of the left-wing fuckwick faction. Now, they're not globers. Globers are guys down the street or on the highways and stuff. You got to watch out for those, right? But these anti-flat earthers, that's what all the ones that we deal with. Now, every once in a while, you'll get a run-of-the-mill glober, right? That still doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench. But the anti-flat earthers, they have no idea what their paradigm even is, for the most part. Follow?
Well, no, I would agree with that, and that's not obviously that's not new information, but to me, but the problem is you have 4 levels of flat scale, right? There's 4 levels to it. The first level is your everyday person, the glober, who doesn't know anything about it. They're told it's a globe, and any mention of anything outside of that, they just run away from. They don't deal with it. They don't try and argue with someone. They just completely ignore it. The Mary who's doing the shopping on the Tuesday in the supermarket, she doesn't want to know, right? Then you have level 2, right? It gets more severe by the levels. You have level 2, which is the astronomer, the amateur astronomer types, or whatever, who is a glober and comes across information that they can't really deal with. That person either becomes a flat earther and accepts it, or they become level 3, which is an anti-flat earther. So level 3, anti-flat earther. Someone who can't prove a globe, knows that all the proof shows this is flat, but can't accept that, and so they go against us. Then there's level 4. They're the people who know it's not a globe and are fully aware it's not a globe, but they can't accept that it's flat either. But they're not anti-flat earthers, if you know what I mean. They won't accept the flat, you know what I mean. So there's these 4 levels, and the likes of Jen Panda is in level 3. That's what's going on.
Level 3. Yeah, I don't accept your levels. I don't accept your levels. Go ahead, somebody else.
I don't accept any of that, Brian. None of that rang true to me. Just
it's
rubbish.
100% true. There's 4 levels of flat scared.
Why don't you tell us all over again?
No.
You will accept it, and you'll accept it now.
Did Flatsy say it is rubbish? Did you say that?
I did.
I thought that was it.
She's picking up. She's in Chicago for 1 day, and now she's like just a bad attitude.
Yeah. There was somebody else. Did somebody else want to add something?
Well, I was just saying, wow, Brian, you've really thought about this.
That's the scary part.
Was that not apparent to you through that whole thing?
Yeah.
I would love for him to go over it in detail one more time.
Negative. All right. Any other old business?
There is, but I'm not going to talk about it now. We'll talk about it another time.
All right. So get ready. Oh, you know what? This doesn't have too much longer to go. But don't fret none. We got parts 2, 3, and 4 of these guys. Right? But we're on part 4 for us, but we got part 2, and I think there's a part 3. I don't recall. We'll see where we get to. I'm not gonna orient you. It's just PhD Tony and Witsit losing the plot on whether there's the beginning of the universe or not. So here we go.
Process. The universe could have been brought into existence through a process. It could have been was happening before. We don't know. You're saying that you do know, and you're just pretending because you just don't have the observational evidence to answer any of the questions. And you're saying, well, therefore it must be my version of a creator or some version of a creator. You don't know that. You're just pretending that you know that.
Yeah, that's not the situation at all. It's not like Witsit's idea, Tony. Do you know what I mean? It's not like just some idea Witsit has. He's referring to the laws of thermodynamics. The first and second law specifically. Do you know what I mean? It's not some idea he has. That's a complete straw man of the situation. Just because you have that idea doesn't mean that it's real. He doesn't have an idea. This is something that we all observe and have observed since the beginning of human existence that we're aware of. It's not Witsit's idea. Unreal. Thank you.
Well, you don't.
I don't think you're getting it, bro.
Yes, you are. You are pretending.
I don't think you're getting my point.
Well, for somebody.
And well.
Somebody who was gloating about how disciplined they were, you're doing a lot of interjecting.
Well, can I ask a question? Can you pause for just a second? Ask a question to the room. Is he cutting out, or is it just on my end?
He's cutting out.
He's not only cutting out audibly, he's cutting out intellectually. He's been cutting out for most of his life.
Yeah, like those short circuits.
Yes, they're all short circuits.
He's like,
randomly cut out where there's nothing heard, so I assume you're done.
Yeah, okay. My apologies. That's a glitch with my internet.
It's all good. Go ahead.
No, it's a glitch with your intellect, not your internet, you glue sniffer.
So okay, and that you're quite right. That does create opportunities for you to think that I've finished. Sorry.
Sorry.
So the so yeah.
So the
Look, and
look, yeah.
And I'm not. And the thing is, I can't tell you that God didn't. That there isn't a God, and that God didn't.
Sentence fragment.
Create the universe. I don't know. All I.
So you don't know. So your whole position right now is the one of ignorance. You don't know. J-Ace, our little buddy. What?
Oh, I thought you were finished.
I wasn't. J-Ace, I'd like to talk. I'd talk to him sometime about something that's solidly supporting, like QFT, relativity, chemistry, evolution, and abiogenesis. You are a numpty dipshit. QFT is not quantum mechanics, you fucking idiot. QFT and relativity, or quantum mechanics and relativity, are antithetical to each other. You glue sniffer. This quantum field theory, it's not a theory. It's a train wreck of a numpty disaster that quantum mechanics debunked about 120 years ago. QFT is a combination of quantum mechanics, special relativity, and general relativity. Both quantum mechanics dealt the death blow to. Newtonian mechanics, again, quantum mechanics dealt the death blow to that. And electrodynamics, which quantum mechanics dealt the death blow to that. How can they all be combined? This is a shotgun wedding right here, QFT, between quantum mechanics and everything that it debunked. Just FYI. Evolution doesn't exist. J.A. We need to get J.A.'s over here again. Abiogenesis. He doesn't even know what these terms mean, let alone speak to them. Go ahead, Brian.
Actually, I was going to say something earlier on what was said by Tony. I can't remember what he said now. But just on that point, yeah, when you said QFT, I didn't know QFT. I said, I don't recognize that term. I said, maybe it's a biological thing. I better stay out of it. Because, he said, I said, because he said abiogenesis. I was like, I better be quiet. But QFT, quantum field theory, that's like, let's marry everything together because one of those things destroys all our other rubbish. So the thing, isn't it? Like special and general relativity doesn't work with Newtonian mechanics. Yep. That isn't really Newtonian, and none of them work with quantum mechanics. It's ridiculous. Like,
yeah, it's preposterous.
I don't know. Yeah, it's like a wash machine in your car or something. It just doesn't work out.
Yeah. The only thing that has any cowbell is chemistry, and J.A.'s, he thinks he has some knowledge there, but he doesn't. Remember I asked to go get him again? Because we want to have another round for everyone, just to see how much of a pretender clown you are. It would be real fast, like the last time.
Just before you press play.
Too late. Go ahead.
Just on what I remembered about what Tony was saying, PhD Tony. Yeah, it's like, no, Tony. Tony's saying, I don't know if there was a creator or if there is a creator. Tony, yes, you do know. You're just denying that you know. The first law of thermodynamics cannot be denied, right? Successfully, right?
Yes,
you
he can.
Unsuccessfully.
Yes, he can. He debunked it the last time. Yep, stop. He debunked it. He debunked the first law. You keep on forgetting because of his space, because of the vacuum of space, not the vacuum energy, and the expansion of the universe. He thinks that debunks the first law. Even though there is no expansion of the universe. Yeah. So you're wrong.
Yes.
He's a doofus.
Well, I did put in the caveat successfully, right?
You did.
Can't successfully. Oh, he didn't. He didn't. He didn't. He unsuccessfully. He didn't. That can't happen. It's impossible.
Yep.
Can't do that. Only God can avoid it.
So I think that there's been a bias in this conversation that I'm saying that I know for a fact that God didn't create the universe.
That's a stupid claim. I know for a fact that something didn't happen. Tony. My God, son.
I don't know that. I can't know that. It's a possibility. And anyone who says that it isn't, I don't think is being intellectually honest.
Shut up.
Because we just don't have the evidence.
Yeah, we do.
Pause. That's exactly what I'm saying, right? This is this feigned humility thing. That's what that is. Back to feigned humility. The real humility would be accepting that all your hopes for you is down the toilet because of the first law of thermodynamics, and that absolutely proves that there is a creator. End of story. You know what I mean? That would be humility.
They think that feigned humility is a virtue.
Yeah.
They do. There's a lot of them that do that. They're morons. They're actual morons. Feigned humility. You know what your problem is, Tony? You're equivocating with fervor.
Yes, that's it.
To affirm that didn't happen. All I'm saying is that we don't have the evidence to affirm that it definitely did happen that way.
And it is Witsit's position that he does have the evidence that he provided to you. He's affirming that he did that. And he did.
Yeah, and this is where we do disagree on that last part.
Not a case of agree or disagree. This is not a subjective topic. It either is or it ain't. Period. Thank you.
Part, right? But this is the reason.
No, wrong. Wrong, Witsit. No, the reason why you're saying right, you're trying to gather some time to get your thoughts together, right? Yeah, right. No, wrong.
Reasoning why we disagree. Because if we...
Here we go again with the agree, disagree horse shit.
We slip to the standard of, well, you can just always say, well, there could be something else that I can't even, think of.
There isn't nothing else. You got yourself into a pickle here. It's not really a pickle because he's a moron. Now, if somebody more intelligent than him would be talking to you, you'd be in a pickle because you didn't establish the ontological primitive at the outset.
I can't even intelligibly explain. I can't articulate. It doesn't currently exist. It violates every aspect of all empirical evidence that we have, all science that we have, and all laws of nature that we know to hold true in all scenarios that we can observe. But still something else could exist. Well, then literally we've devolved to the point of never knowing anything, right? And if that's the standard that you want to adhere to, that's cool, but I don't. And the other thing that people oftentimes overlook is when they say, because this isn't just like, oh, I love the Bible and have a bias, so I arrogantly, baselessly claim that there had to be a creator. No. It's the only logical, viable explanation. And that's what I'm arguing for. And that's because what people skip over is they think that when they say they're agnostic, which is to say, I don't know if there's a creator. I'm currently
Now, agnostic is somebody that states that they don't have enough information to make the call. Either way. That's their philosophy as an agnostic, just to be clear. Which is a train wreck disaster at this point.
Convinced. I don't see evidence that there is one. I don't think there has to be one, right? What they're actually saying is a claim. They think that they don't have the burden, that they're taking the intellectually honest position of saying, I don't know, but it actually intrinsically makes the claim that it is possible that this universe exists and all the matter and energy within it exists without a supernatural creator, right? So it is making that claim that it is possible for it to exist. In order to substantiate that claim, you cannot just reiterate that it's possible, and that's just dogmatism. You would have to actually articulate how it's possible logically and support it with evidence. That's how debate works. But that's not what we've gotten here today at all. We're just getting the
reality isn't a
assertion
debate.
it's possible.
The nature of reality is not a debate. Scientific.
That's correct. It isn't. But you don't know about the nature of reality. Remember what you said before, PhD Tony? That you're not overburdened with the technical understanding of physical reality. Yeah, we heard you say that before, right? So the latter statement was true, but you don't follow it. You glue sniffer.
Scientific progress is not a debate, and you're mischaracterizing.
This isn't a debating topic anyway. You're off the reservation, even with the most basic fundamentals of this topic.
The discussion again. You are.
It's not a discussion either, clown.
You are extrapolating from.
You're extrapolating from. Who are you, Timmy? 2 times?
Regions of space and time that we have properly investigated in great detail, and you're trying to apply those findings to points in time and space where they may not apply. You don't.
Is he like listening to another discussion and commenting on this one?
Yeah, because he doesn't seem to be on track.
Yeah, it's a very possible. Very possible.
These ballers, whether they have a PhD or your average skank and foul type ballers, they're all equally dumbasses. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not a stereotype fallacy either. Show me one PhD baller or skank and foul retard baller that's not a retard. I've never met one. I didn't say Glober now. I'm saying ballers. We know what those are. It's not it's not categorized just yet, according to Brian.
Well, I have to agree with that because I've dealt with all types.
Yep.
Here comes the numbered list.
No, he's not doing it.
No, I'm not doing this. Of all education levels, as far as ballers go, anti-flat earthers. And you're right. One is as much of a bonehead as the other. Their education doesn't improve.
Yep.
Their understanding. Yeah, that's true.
Unless somebody, somebody can show me one, or put a name out, and then we can go find them, and then you have them demonstrate.
Platypus?
Nah, he's not one. He's got a problem with cognition. I didn't say nice ballers. I said ones that have at least a modicum of intellect. Any clue? I'm not even talking about a science acumen. Most don't even know what damn hypothesis is, right? Not most, all of them. I have yet to have one. Even give me what a scientific hypothesis is. Even after I've been educating these dumbasses for how many years, they still can't get it.
Well, I did get concessions from 2 different borders. I will say that, but it was on the topic of flight. I did get it. There was Icon Science Stat and RC Moisty. Both of them gave me concessions.
RC Meisty, Magnetic West guy.
Yeah, well, I'm only saying I got concessions. I don't know. I can't say anything other than that.
Well, yeah, because he's Magnetic West guy, RC Meisty. You're speaking. You're preaching to the choir here, brother. You train wrecked yourself.
No, I know that. I know he's Magnetic West. But I'm just saying the only thing I can offer is those couple of concessions. That's all I have to offer as far as something generous.
You got another Magnetic West guy over at Land of Misfit Toys 2.0. Texas Amish. What's his new name? What did he turn his new name in, Flatsy?
Yoder,
dumbass. Yep. He was talking about magnetic west. I gotta have to find that. It's one of the files that got corrupted. Yeah, I'm serious, dude. I had it. Yeah, I had it. And I'm gonna have to search for it. I think it got corrupted, but I had it. I'm telling you, he made claims about West being magnetic. I'm serious. Serious as a hard thing. You know, I don't lie. Here we go.
Don't know that they're applying. Again, extrapolation is one of the most dangerous things that you can do in science. And
This isn't science, by the way. So why are you talking about it's category error? And you don't do extrapolations in science. If there was any science, dumbass.
And it needs to be done with great caution.
It needs to be done with great caution. No, he's not just pulling stuff right out of his ass. He's not doing that. What a clown.
And sure, you can do it if you prefer. You've got a utilitarian argument that you prefer.
A utilitarian argument? What's that? That has utility?
An answer that may be wrong rather than an answer.
Then it doesn't have too much utility if it's wrong, then.
That rather than I don't know. Okay, if you prefer that, that's fine. It's just not scientific. And
none of this is science to begin with. You've compromised yourself so many times on science during this discussion right here. It's mind-boggling.
For you to claim that it is,
Sorry. Well, what, that's another trait. What is it with ballers and telling people about what is and isn't scientific? What is it with them? Why can't they just shut the hell up? When it comes to
That's impossible. That they can't do that.
Yeah, it just struck me there. Like 11 years of it now, I'm listening to these guys trying. I'm hearing it towards me, and I'm seeing it being directed towards other people, and none of them know what it is. Now, I didn't know what it was until I came across you, obviously. But once I came across you, then I know what it is. That was years ago. Like, why can't I don't know? You know what I mean? Like, what is it that? Do you walk around the garages and start preaching to people about, the mechanics of the car? No, because you don't know about it. So why would you do that? You wouldn't. It makes no sense, does it?
Well, he's doing it. Because he's doing it. He has to. Listen,
he keep doing it?
He has to do it because he has a PhD. So that gives him license to do it, right? That's why he does it. Follow? Yeah, that's why he.
Yeah, but he do it even without it.
Yeah. So he's trained. Yeah. He just train wrecks himself. I don't even have to do much. Just let him speak. But your average skank and fall ball, they're just Dunning-Kruger. Period. Here we go.
Is intellectually dishonest.
Yeah. It's permissible for us to look at an atomic clock, extrapolate relativity, and apply it to the 46 billion light year away, quote unquote, observations that we make in space. So it's just a complete and total double standard, right? And we won't even get into how you could obviously falsify relativity. It's stupid and paradoxical. But
falsify relativity? Which one? And why would you need to falsify it? Don't you have to have a modicum of proof to even attempt to falsify something? How about just let's let them prove it first? How about that? A little bit confused with that concept. What's it?
But I think I'm in my point, right? And I'll just say it one more time, right? You would concede, because I think that you are intellectually honest enough, I think you've already alluded to it, you would concede that a supernatural creator, of course, would provide a viable causal mechanism, right? Of course, because it's not limited to the laws of nature.
Are you muted?
Exists outside.
Yeah, it was. I'm trying to figure out what is Witsit. Is he trying to get an agreement on possibility, on the inductive aspect of whether there's a creator or not? What are you doing? What is this? Is this a land of misfit toys 1.0? Is this in their bylaws that you have to do this in the end? Or something? Make a stand. Plant your flag. You've already destroyed them, but now you got to go into this intellectual honesty crap. Why is that? That's rhetorical.
Outside of our, conceptions of space and time, outside of the universe or any beginning of the universe. And so because it's not limited to the first law of thermodynamics, it could create all the matter and energy, right? So we both agree that is a...
No, nature can't create matter and energy. It can't do that. Because it would have to pre-exist before its existence. Nature, that is. And then it would have to have prescience and intelligence. Does nature have prescience or intelligence? What's it?
It still won't have that information.
Oh, that's the, yeah. We haven't even got to that little peccadillo.
It's a reification fallacy.
Just on what Witsit is at there, like him saying that there is contradictory to everything basically he was arguing up to.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yes.
You're saying we just don't know that it is.
I'm sorry, I hit it by accident. You're right. You're exact. That's what I was saying. Yes.
Yeah, it couldn't come in when you said it there. When you said it was you're asking it rhetorically, but the reason he does that is Witsit is kind of like he's like a solicitor or a lawyer or something like that. He wants to try and get a win, as opposed to just, you know what I mean. He wants to try and get some kind of a concession or win out of the situation. I think, like a lawyer would, but this is not that type of situation. You don't need to drop our standards just because your opponent is a doofus. Doesn't have anything.
Is a doofus.
Yeah. Energy, right? So we both agree that is a viable explanation. You're saying.
You see, this is another problem, and I try to point this out on many occasions. Explanations are worthless. Number one, this wasn't an explanation. He didn't have any explanations. There's a difference between explanations and just so stories. Also, what's it? So explain this. I can explain this. I can explain it. It's worthless. It's meaningless. Ballers always do this shit. You caught a hold of this. You've been running this with this explanation horse shit for a while now. Every time you do, I friggin' stop you dead in your tracks. So explanations are horse shit without validation. And they're different than descriptions. I think you have a problem with that also. And just so stories. Good.
Would it be true to say that explanations are actually few and far between in reality, if we're working in reality? Because, as you said, you must be able to support them. Just giving an explanation that's like, I can explain to someone why the sun does what it does, but that doesn't support that that's true, does it?
Yeah, exactly. You got it. It's easy. That's a just so story. Yep, that's the difference.
We just don't know that it is true.
Well, modulo several questions that you've skipped over. So the definition of supernatural here is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
No, it's not. It's above the natural. That's what supernatural means. It's above the natural. That's what it means. There's no heavy lifting. And what's natural? Well, according to your religion, natural or nature is physical. So matter or energy. That's all you can believe in. As a philosophical naturalist, matter and energy. Natural. Yeah? Tell you what, does information exist? I'm going to bust him now, Brian. I can do this in my sleep. Is information natural? Is information, look out, there's a tiger behind you. Is that matter or energy? You idiot. So it's not heavy lifting. You're just a doofus, Tony, at a fundamental level.
In the sense that something that does not agree with natural law as we understand it at this point in time.
At this point in time, as we understand natural law at this point in time, are we going to get more understanding of it? Wouldn't be a natural law if there was anything left out.
Yeah, just a second. He said anything that doesn't, if something doesn't agree with natural law at this point in time, if it's not in agreement with natural law, then it's wrong. Wasn't that from Eddington, Arthur Eddington? Wasn't that the statement he made concerning the second law? It was. Whatever it is, if it's not in agreement with that, it's over. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, he sounded pretty definitive about
it. He did, yeah. He was like very. There was no gray area in what he said.
There's nothing for your theory but to collapse and what is it? Collapse.
The deepest humiliation.
Deepest humiliation. Yeah, that's it.
Way to jet in and not finish the thought.
I got us there. Yeah. I got us there. It's like a driving process. Just
you got us halfway.
Out.
You got us halfway there.
That's good enough.
All right, good job.
Time is not necessarily supernatural. We can refine it.
Time is supernatural. Unless you can give... Oh, that's right. Time's a clock to you, you dumbass. Unless you could show time inherently, time being matter, that's chemical formula or structure, charge, momentum, or spin, or energy. It has millielectron volts, kcals, or kilojoules. You got to show at least one of those two categories, or it's supernatural. Period. Dumbass.
Our understanding of...
Pause a second.
What?
Did he say time is... Did he say... Was he in agreement or disagreement with time being supernatural?
Yeah. He said that he said that it wasn't supernatural.
But is time not just conceptual? It's not natural or supernatural.
Yeah.
I thought it would fit into the supernatural because if I could tell you, I could say to you, it's 4:10, and you know what I mean. So I suppose it would, because it's within, it requires information maybe to relate. But
oh boy,
we can refine our understanding of physics. So when you
this isn't physics, Tony, you dumbass. Thanks for compromising yourself again.
You say that I'm appealing to something that is supernatural, that's not true. But when you say...
Yeah, you are. Supernatural time.
That there's a supernatural creator, sure, they can do whatever the hell they want. But, the question...
Creator is supernatural by definition. Idiot.
Question then becomes, where did they come from? Where did they get...
No, so you want to introduce an infinite regress fallacy.
Infinite regress fallacy, exactly.
He thinks it covers him. He's good to go. Then you're just an asshat.
Oh, that's their go-to. That's just their go-to. It's so much fun for them to go that route because it goes nowhere.
Yeah. The creator wouldn't be the creator if he had to be created. Tony. My God.
Get their ability to manipulate this. If we're talking about the God of the Bible.
If we're who are you? Is that Tommy 2 times? Timmy? Jimmy? I can't remember the guy's name. It's at the beginning of that movie. Forget it.
Why, for instance, was he constrained not to accept Cain?
Who is it?
Timmy 2 times.
Is it Timmy 2 times? Or did I?
Pretty sure that's.
Or did I Jedi mind?
Jedi Magic Man.
Yeah.
From Goodfellas.
Yeah, from Goodfellas. Yeah. Yeah.
I think it was Jimmy 2 times or Tony 2 times. It wasn't Timmy. There's no Italian gangster called Timmy. That's just not working. That's not working out.
Fair.
Shut up in your face.
That's a pretty fair point.
If we're talking about the God of the Bible, why, for instance, was he constrained?
What other God is there? What other creator is there, Tony? That's my question.
With a detailed beginning a finite time ago laid out.
I would just like to know what other God there would be, if not the one of the Bible. That's a good question, isn't it?
Well, everyone can only be referring to the same God, regardless of what story you want to put with it. God is God, regardless of what you want to believe.
Yeah, well,
that's what the fourth law of thermodynamics shows.
He made it seem like there were other ones. Implicitly.
The Bible is
Flatsy tries to do it sometimes too.
Bible is the only thing that lays out the beginning in detail the way that it does. It's the only thing that does that.
I'm just saying, what other God? Is there another God? That's my question.
No.
Then the one of the Bible, I understand that there's only one God. I'm saying to these idiots, are there other gods than the God of the Bible? I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah. God's plural, kind of. Is that what you're talking about with them?
I don't know. I just wonder.
Yeah, I think you're right, because they inherently always attack that idea.
Well,
there is no other idea.
Right. So that's I'm just saying it'd be a good question, even though I made the question up and saying it's good. It is a good question because it's implicit to what he just claimed. So let's go back. Let's listen to what he said again.
The question then becomes, where did they come from? Where did they get their ability to manipulate this? What, if we're talking about the God of the Bible,
if we're talking about the God of the Bible, then implicitly that means that there must be other gods, Tony. Yeah.
By implication of what he's saying.
Yeah, that's why I said implicitly. Yeah. Yep. All right.
Why, for instance, was he constrained not to accept Cain's sacrifice?
What the hell is that? What?
Shouldn't he just mind his own business? I mean, come on.
Where did that come from? Whoa. Woo.
I don't see where any of that concerns him.
What, Tony? What? Huh?
Why, why,
dude, get a grip.
Why was he constrained by various, why was he constrained to accept the institution?
So, it followed up with a sentence fragment.
Sentence fragment.
Why questions about the creator of the universe is the acme of foolishness, Tony. So it has nothing to do with your point. It has nothing to do with anything that you've said. This is an incoherent tangent by an atheist moron. Sorry, you're a moron. At this point, atheists are morons, whatever they are. They can't even define it.
Why was he constrained by various, why was he constrained to accept?
Oh my God.
The institution of slavery in
what the hell is he talking about?
What the heck?
If he would have said, why is Aunt Jenny's apron yellow instead of blue? It would have been just as relevant in this discussion. If he would have came out and said that, it would have had the same relevancy.
Okay, stop.
Witsit saying stop. Please stop. Jeez. This is embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you.
They're cheap tricks, bro.
Yeah, you're asked to make a good faith concession about whether or not that would be a viable explanation. Can you say yes or no?
Yes, it would be a viable explanation, but it would invite a whole.
What is a viable explanation? I know. The one that's validated. I knew that one.
Host of other questions.
Okay, sure. Especially
and a whole
he never shuts up too. He and a whole butter.
A whole host of other investigations, because while it is easy to say,
what's easy to say? What's easy to say? You
objected to this before. You objected to saying I don't know. So why is
he objected to say I don't know to Witsit? What? Huh? Wow, dude.
I don't know a valid response when you're asked questions.
When you ask what?
About the creator, but it isn't a valid response when you're asked questions about
what isn't a valid response
about the universe.
I think I typically have answers when asked questions, and yes, I defer to my belief, which is the Bible, and you.
Yeah, I really should have spotted this earlier. And technically I did, but I didn't. Wouldn't put it together in my head. Maybe I was busy doing other things, but at this stage, the fact that Tony said a while back that he doesn't know if there's a creator. You know, he just says, I don't know, kind of being agnostic about it. And Witsit said, like, he started bringing a belief and agreement and stuff into it. So at this stage, both of them are contradicting their previous arguments.
Yeah, exactly.
Tony said, because we already went through the Witsit part.
Yeah.
Wasn't Tony saying earlier that there was no beginning to time or anything? It was just forever. There was no creator. And now he's saying, well, I don't know.
Well, he said he said there wasn't a beginning, and then he said there was a bunch of times with his analogies and his discussion points. So it's a little wishy-washy there.
Yeah, it is. I agree. That's true. But his original position, Witsit's position was that there was a creator, and Tony's position was that there wasn't. Everything was just eternal and infinite. But now it's like the lines are being blurred.
No, they've discussed so much bullshit that they've Jedi mind tricked you away from the point. The original point. His original argument, Witsit's original argument, my argument, is that the universe had a beginning. Nothing about a creator. Now, that goes into my argument, but not Witsit's today. Follow?
Yeah, follow. Yeah, right.
There's so much horseshit in here, it's easy to lose that plot. So, you're, not only you, but anyone who has followed this, you're forgiven if you're a bit confused. Because it's very difficult to follow this. Because of the metric tons of red herring fallacy horse shit and the incoherent nonsense. So you're forgiven.
It isn't a valid response.
Yes, you are. You're welcome.
When you're asked questions about the universe.
I think I typically have answers when asked questions, and yes, I defer to my belief, which is the Bible.
Belief? You just believe the Bible, Witsit? Really? Huh. Okie dokie.
And you've misrepresented multiple things in the Bible as like I call it a cheap trick because I'm not going to take the bait. For example, the slavery conversation in the Bible is a big conversation that
isn't that red herring fallacy to this discussion? I mean, red herring fallacy on steroids?
I'm not going to have right now because now we're going to have to go to the verse, look at the original language, look at the context, and then I would debunk all of your claims about it. But that isn't what we're doing right now. Like I was just trying to.
Hence a red herring fallacy.
Make a bigger point. I'm trying to be as good faith as possible, which is
good faith. Brian, I'm raising a weathered eye. If the conversations that you don't say you're in good faith are they in bad faith? Just a question.
Just like
Yes.
you would
yes.
concede that is viable, whether it's the Bible God, whatever it is.
Whether it's the Bible, there's only one God, and that's the Bible God. There's no other gods. Sure, we make that clear.
But this argument that I present is only
is mine. you did it quite clumsily, but yeah, your argument that you present is QE's.
Well,
it only gives.
1 second. Sorry.
Good.
The problem is, he can't. If he was doing it correctly, he would have gone with the ontological primitives at the start, right?
Yes.
He's not doing it the way you do it because he can't. Otherwise, it's going to be totally obvious, especially to him, that he's just using your argument verbatim, step by step, which means that he's not really arguing the point. I think he probably felt he has to mix it up a bit for it to make it his own. But by doing that, he's made things more difficult. There's a reason why the steps are as they are, because that's the successful route. If you understand what I mean.
Yes.
Gives you the conclusion of a supernatural creator, okay? And you're saying that
that's redundant. Supernatural creator is redundant. Painfully so.
And because the antecedent to creation is a creator, of course. And of course, if it's outside of nature, it's supernatural. You're saying supernatural is doing a lot of heavy lifting, because I can give you a more charitable definition that you.
More charitable donation? That's a nice little crazy Freudian slip there.
Would prefer, right? I didn't say it because I don't agree with it entirely, but this is how you would want to say it. Supernatural is attributed to a force outside the laws of nature or our current scientific understanding, right? And you would take that last phrase.
Scientific understanding is a bullshit phrase. There's no scientific understanding of anything. Except experiments, validated experiments. If you call that understanding, it's a little reach, but I'll let it go.
And do really heavy lifting, right? But not really the point. The point is that even if you just look at the etymology of supernatural, beyond nature, that's what I'm invoking, is that based on all evidence, my position is undeniably the stronger position, because mine is built.
Not stronger or weaker, it's just the position. It's the only coherent one. Coherent is what you're looking for.
Upon all accessible evidence ever, forever, and your
ever, forever.
I like that though.
Is there another kind? Is there another kind of ever? Other than forever? That's something to think about.
No, but I'm saying the way he said it to him, the way he was saying it to him there, is like it's forever. The way sometimes Witsit is good at emphasizing things with the person he's debating, and he makes the person seem like a dumbass. You know, that kind of...
Ever, forever.
Well, there's maybe a
whatever. Nicely done.
Scenario that is outside of that. Where...
I go on mute, Kiwi.
Yeah, what the hell? I give you kudos, and then you have to ramble on. You know I'm going to start this thing back up again immediately. Go on, what were you going to say?
Okay, go ahead. I said I was trying to get that in, but Brian had the potato, like the hot potato.
Is that what you were trying to interrupt with?
Yes, and now it seems pretty lackluster. So just continue, please.
I'm a bastard, ain't I?
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Or saying, well, there's maybe a scenario that is outside of that where
there's a scenario that it is outside of that. What are the that's? What's it?
everything no longer applies. Everything goes out the window.
Everything goes out the window. Like forever? Ever, forever? What?
All of a sudden, logic as we know it isn't going to hold up. All of a
oh boy.
sudden, the laws of nature aren't going to hold up. All of a sudden, something exists, but it isn't matter and it isn't energy. I couldn't tell you what else it could be, but it could be, you know. So this is just nothing.
Can't be anything else to him because he's a philosophical naturalist. That's the only thing that he can believe in is matter or energy. That's it. That's it. Just those. Yeah. What the hell? Witsit. Hello, McFly. That's all he got. PhD Tony. And that's his undoing. That's all he's got, Holmes. You're losing the plot here. See, you parrot the headlines. You got a good understanding of parroting headlines, but you have no depth is the issue. It's always been your issue. No depth. Fundamentally, no depth. Done. I knew that many years ago.
Everybody gets the point. May I respond?
It boils down to nothingness, PhD.
Okay, may I respond?
Respond to what? How many sentence fragments?
So the idea that we have access to all relevant information is false.
The idea that we have access to all relevant information is false. What the fuck does that mean?
Relevant to what? What's the honor?
What does that even mean? What are you?
I don't know. It's just one of these things.
It's not even a response. It's not a coherent response. What? Tony. My God.
Right.
No, wrong.
So
sure.
If we were having this, if we had,
sure, what's it? Did you think I was going to let that go?
No, I knew you. I was about to come in and say he can't let that go.
Oh boy. All right, here we go.
Witsit is like Flatsy. He gets you halfway there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, hush your potato mouth.
I thought you were going to say whatever.
Whatever.
That's it.
The development of glass lenses.
The development of glass lenses. What? I got to get the rest of this. What on earth are you on about now, Glue Sniffer?
So sure. If we were having this, if we had the development of glass lenses, for instance, permitted the microscope and the telescope to be.
Do you mean refract?
Developed. So vastly increasing our understanding of a variety of processes.
You're on mute.
And bringing them.
You're on mute.
Oh, did the opposite thing. Sorry about that. What the hell are you on about, Tony?
Within our scientific understanding. So
there is no such thing as scientific understanding. There's just validated experiments. Like I said before, if you evaluate an experiment and you understand something from that point of view, then you could call that specifically an understanding of that topic scientifically. Clown.
So when
I don't know. Pause a second. Is there a difference between understanding something or scientifically understanding something? I wouldn't be able to accept that there's a difference.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
you don't understand
there's
regardless
just relax. Yeah, there is, because to scientifically understand something is to know the cause of the effect and have that validated to you. Now, to understand, is there another outside category? To understand descriptions? I guess that's possible. To understand the description, I guess you could do that. So that would be different than scientific understanding.
Yeah, but to understand something is to understand it, regardless of the topic.
Thanks for that.
If you understand...
Yeah, it's painfully redundant.
That's profound.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is the thing. PhD Tony said, a scientific understanding. It's like, well, his ilk, this is another thing they're always doing. They're always trying to add in things together to make what they're saying sound more intellectual than it really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, when I hear that, I'm kind of going, why do you need to big this up? You know, it's either has validity or it doesn't. You know, that kind of thing.
You're right.
You shouldn't need anything to big this up. You know?
You're right. He does that for the glue sniffers, the knuckle dragon window lickers, but Tony is absolute. I guess he lacks awareness that other people with acumens hear those phrases and terms and right away know that you're full of shit. That's what Adam and I were talking about a long time, or not a long time ago, a couple weeks ago. Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right, Brian.
Yeah.
Yep.
Say that you are basing your argument.
That you're basing your clown
on all of the evidence that we've had and all.
What's the evidence that we've had?
All of the observations that we've ever made.
Observations aren't evidence, dude. That's not evidence. It's evidence of observations. I don't know. Maybe if you see a tree, is that evidence of the tree? I don't know.
You are precluding the possibility that future observations may overturn things or
special, not a appeal to the future fallacy, often non sequitur. That was simple.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Pause. Imagine if you asked them to give an example of this. What would they give you? What is the future observation? Do you know what I mean?
The fallacy.
Like, yeah, it's ridiculous. It's like, if I observe something now, and later on I observe it again, how does that debunk me observing it in the first place? It doesn't. It's just basic common sense. It's just what he's saying makes just not.
Makes no sense. Yeah, but he's a PhD.
No. Yeah, I know.
Increase our understanding of things. So there are certainly flaws in our understanding of the physical universe.
Let me take that back. There's certainly flaws in our understanding of what, Tony?
Certainly flaws in our understanding of the physical universe as it stands now.
I didn't catch that. What did he say?
Was it the physical universe? Did you say that?
I don't know. Let's go back.
That's what I heard.
Let's go back. Here we go.
Of things. So there are certainly flaws in our understanding of the physical universe as it stands now.
I didn't. We're gonna have to CC this mug. I didn't catch that. All right, let's go back again.
Understanding of things. So there are certainly flaws in our understanding of the physical universe as it stands now.
In our understanding of the physics universe.
No, he said it cut out on it. It cut out on it, and what he said was flaws. There's certainly flaws in our understanding of the physical universe.
So he said physical universe flaw. Yeah, but he wouldn't know. because he doesn't have a technical understanding of physical reality. How would he know there are flaws if he doesn't understand it?
He shan't be arsed.
And what about vacuum energy? Is that physical?
Oh boy.
That part of his physical.
It is not. So to claim you can use our understanding of the universe as it is now because it's perfect, because it's going to give accurate results every time you apply it.
You're on mute.
So the universe gives accurate results? That's non sequitur. You're an idiot, Tony.
Is just false. It's not a valid syllogism.
It's not only not a valid syllogism, it's not a syllogism to begin with, and you're a fucking idiot. How about that?
Pause a second.
I'm already paused.
Oh, I thought you were about to press play again.
I shall not be paused at.
Well, what Tony's talking about there is when you put in the calculations for his heliocentric universe, he gets his heliocentric universe.
Oh, no, you don't.
That's what.
Oh, no, you don't. No, sir. No. We go by what he says, not what you think he was saying.
That is what he said.
No.
Like, that's the.
Nope. No.
But I can read their mind.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
And you need to, and this is why,
and you need to, and this is why, sentence fragment.
Why I accuse you so often of unscientific.
Hold on. Isn't it so cute that Brian thinks that he can, though? Like, read people's minds and stuff?
The potato it's a potato crystal.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like crystal potato.
Oh, crystal potato.
I know you put glove in, you get glove out. That's Tony's whole thing.
Yeah, no. You don't know all the variables. He's actually retarded too, Brian. So are you saying you're a diviner of retards?
I would not be proud of that title. I don't know why you're laughing.
It's easy to divine, right, when you know the base, the base driving force behind it. You know what's going on.
Oh,
you don't have to end up in the same place every time.
Yeah. All right.
And you need to, and this is why I accuse you so often of unscientific extrapolation.
Unscientific extrapolations, huh? Here we go back to this horse shit. What's a scientific extrapolation? Wow.
What you are doing
I thought that was dangerous.
Yeah, he is dangerous.
For uncertainty. You are claiming certainty in the laws of physics, and
there are no laws of physics, so they're definitely not certainty in them because they don't exist. There is certainty in the laws of nature, though, or else they wouldn't be laws, because laws are certain. Dumbass.
When and where they
sentence fragment. When and where what? Let's go back.
Certainty in the laws of physics, and when and where they apply it through.
When and where they apply. Laws of nature, not laws of physics. The laws of nature apply to nature at all fucking times. Get it, Tony?
See, I don't feel good about making fun of. Listen, I don't feel good about making fun of people that might be mentally challenged with a speech impediment.
Say again? He doesn't have a speech.
I don't like.
Okay, listen to what I'm telling you. It's not a speech impediment. That's not a speech impediment. That's not a speech impediment. That's a.
Is it a short circuit? Like
Exactly. Yeah. Look up speech impediment. That's not it.
Histories, and you shouldn't have that.
You don't. You shouldn't. That's a sentence fragment. Is that a speech impediment too?
Certainty, because that just isn't true.
But you can see the second law always applies locally, and
oh my God,
there's no evidence to the contrary, right? Yeah. And so if
yeah, it sounds like Tony is Jedi mind tricked into Witsit thinking that the second law of thermodynamics is just applying locally. That's what it sounded like.
Everywhere is local.
Yeah, if people are everywhere,
the law is universal. Sorry.
If people are everywhere, or most places, and the second law is local and is true locally to everywhere where everyone's been, it, like Flatsy said, isn't that universal then? And define local, dumbass.
The cosmological scale is simply the local scale compounded, right? We go to just like the local scale is the quantum scale compounded. It literally is.
The local scale isn't the quantum scale. What is the local? Go ahead. I'm going to need somebody to cite that local in this discussion, and then just in general, what does local mean? What you glue sniffing idiot baltards with it? It's only locally flat. It's in the same vein here.
Is okay. What comprises the universe?
So,
oh boy.
Well,
clocks. Well,
what comprises the universe?
So, well, your attempt at, let's look at the structure.
Sentence fragment.
Your syllogism.
Not a syllogism, you dumbass cracker.
The properties of the properties of
You're muting.
Yeah, did somebody look there? He's doing a Jimmy 2 times again. Did somebody look up and make sure that was Jimmy? I'm thinking
I didn't do that.
Somebody do that.
The whole derive exclusively from the properties of the component.
Say again? You're into a composition fallacy here. Is that what you're saying Witsit's doing, Tony? Let's see.
Now, we are built of cells. We are conscious. Is it therefore the case that cells are conscious? No. That
wasn't my argument.
Yeah, that's not his argument.
So it is Jimmy.
What you're...
Say again, Jimmy?
Yeah, it's Jimmy 2 times.
All right, thank you. That's important.
What you're arguing is from something that is locally true or true of a part of the whole.
No, it's not true of the part of the whole. That's your claim that it's true part of the whole. You're making it into a fallacy that he is giving you a fallacy of composition by your train wreck premise. You absolute asinine idiot.
The whole must therefore apply to the whole.
There he goes. What a backwards ass clown.
This is a logical.
No, that is a fallacy. You're right. That is a fallacy.
That's a logical fallacy.
That's a logical fallacy. Yeah, you just made it up. For Witsit. He's not doing that.
Right?
That's not what I did, though.
So, yes, you did.
No, he did not.
Exactly what you did. You said
it's not exactly. It's completely opposite of exactly what he did. PhD Tony, you glue sniffing muppet.
Saying it applies locally.
No, that's your claim. No, that premise is part of your claim, Tony, not his. Well, maybe it is, because he was saying it before you Jedi mind tricked him.
Therefore, it must apply to the whole.
Do we have to hear you say this for the 20th time?
Yeah, you do.
Even though he said he isn't saying that, you've just repeated it over and over again. It's really annoying.
Okay, then
clarify
what is he saying?
I'll tell you.
Then what is he saying? After 2 hours, he still doesn't know what's it saying.
I'll tell you. I'm saying that the matter and energy that.
Yeah. If you're not saying that rockets don't exist, and I'm not saying that rockets don't exist, then what's the problem? That's what I'm hearing, isn't it?
That's what you're hearing.
Oh, then it was a good idea to play those numpty.
It was a good. He's right. Brian's right. It's on the level of that.
That's here, right? Always adheres to the second law, and what
did he say second in law? Let's go back. That's pretty funny.
Here, right? Always adheres to the second law.
He did. Yes, he did. He said second in law. Who's my second in law? I didn't know there was a sequence.
And what comprises the cosmos is matter and energy. And so we have established that matter and energy follow the second law. I didn't say anything about the universe as a whole. It's what
What? Anyone follow that? Yes, you just did. Go back.
I didn't follow.
Yeah, I didn't. It didn't make any sense. All right, here you go. Listen to this.
Cosmos is matter and energy.
So all the cosmos is matter and energy.
And so we have established that matter and energy follow the second law.
So all the matter and energy follow the second law in the cosmos.
I didn't say anything about the universe as a whole.
Yeah, you just did. The cosmos is the universe.
Yeah, it's exactly what he just did.
Yeah. I knew there was something there. It just jumps out at me. It jumps out red as dumbass. You're double speaking, Witsit. You already destroyed him about an hour ago. Well, as soon as he started to speak, but you got off track.
It's what comprises it. Okay, so it would be a fallacy if I said.
Not okay. You're not getting him to agree with you. This is another right thing. Not okay. You don't say okay to gather your thoughts. That's what you're doing. Okay. It's non sequitur. Right?
That the universe, if we zoomed out to some orthographic view, it does such and such. I didn't do that. I'm saying that matter and energy is what is here. And this is what the whole initial part of our conversation was about.
Now, the whole initial part of the conversation was your point that the universe had a beginning. But you guys have lost the plot.
Like, yeah, but what if the beginning of the universe that wasn't a beginning?
Now you're on it.
Didn't have matter and energy. You said you're assuming that matter and energy was there, right? And it's like, okay.
Right? I don't think that's right.
And then I asked you what else would be there. Within a naturalistic worldview, we go from like materialism and naturalism that like nothing exists outside the natural world or natural processes.
Yes, that's philosophical naturalism.
Everything is material or is derived from material.
Yep, that's the definition of philosophical naturalism.
And then suddenly we go to the natural processes and materialistic forms no longer apply. So we've thrown it all.
Oh, right. So if it no longer apply, then he can't believe in it because he only can believe in matter and energy.
On the trash. And I guess this is the question I genuinely want to know here, right? It's like really simply we can boil this all down, right? Like,
yeah, it's just has me thinking there. From Tony's point of view, like based on some of what Witsit was saying there, from Tony's point of view, matter and energy is all that exists, right? Because there is no information, as you've rightly pointed out in the past. But under those circumstances, the second law of thermodynamics, the second law would still have to hold true. But the first law couldn't exist. It would be violated. But the second law would have to. Because they can't deny that stuff behaves a certain way. Like, they don't even deny entropy. They don't deny the expansion of gases. They just try and say mathematically.
No frigging way.
And it was perfect to cut off him droning on.
I'm telling you. And we actually got a super chat.
Yeah, One Mind, One Spirit sent. Check out Bob Seger's song Simplicity sometime.
Simplicity?
It fits this show like a glove.
Really? I don't know. I don't think I know that one. Is that from Bob Seger or Bob Seger's System?
East of Omaha.
Let's turn the page.
I know, but it was so funny when I did that. It was just so out of pocket.
Yeah, and incredibly wrong.
You agree.
Hey, thanks. One Mind, One Spirit. Thanks. That's like the first super chat I got in the last like 5 shows, I think. Somewhere around there. Appreciate that, man. Way to be on the super chats, Booger.
Yeah, he's in his little Pikachu onesie. He's got ears right now. He's so cute. We're about to go to the lobby so I can have more coffee. That'd be great.
Okay.
I just, for me, to continue droning on now that we've gotten over the super chat.
Oh, boy.
It's only not in a very, and all the people like him, not in a very kind of compromising position, because they don't deny the second law. They just try to make up a force of gravity and claim that that's violating it, basically. But they don't deny it. But with the first law, they have to completely deny that. Huey.
Did he leave? Or is he muted?
I'm wasting my time. I didn't leave. He ran off to do whatever he's going to do, thinking I'll be another 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. That's exactly what I did. So
what's the
you hit it. You're a freaking rocket surgeon. So wait another minute and I'll be right back.
I might spend that time divining Flatley's thoughts, as I'm very good at, according to her, divining the thoughts of absolute retards.
Oh, okay. I see that backhanded slot there.
I needed to fill in the time somewhere. I held back earlier from saying it. I said, no, I'm not going to say that. I could have said it when the joke came up and you started getting smart. And I didn't. But as you've continued to be a smartass, it was deserved.
I could have died, Brian. I drove through a blizzard. It was terrifying. I don't think that I've ever driven through a blizzard before. Nope, I haven't. That was insane. Insane.
Have you seen a blizzard before?
No. I've been in a snowstorm, like, but it's not the same. Like I've never had to drive through it, and especially in my car that I've had since I was 16. And the tires on my car are dangerously bald, and we're trying to drive on an interstate in Indianapolis or near there, somewhere around there, and it's just snowing like crazy. It's coming down, it's coating the road. I'm looking for the tire trenches in front of me from the other traffic, and getting snowblind, can't see. I'm like, somebody just go around and be in front of me so I can follow you. Like, I'm just nerve-wracked, like, to the extreme. It was awful. I'm going to tell you that, okay? That was terrifying. I was like, when is this going to be over? And it was finally over. And then we were here. Boom.
Congratulations.
Well,
here we go.
Well, I'm happy you're safe and sound.
Thank you.
You're relying on is that the second law of thermodynamics is wrong.
No. Define wrong. What I am saying.
Define wrong. Not right. Idiot.
Is that the second law of thermodynamics applies to all of the systems that we've observed. I'm not.
Oh boy.
I'm not asserting.
Remember that thing Brian was saying that no one wanted to hear? Just validation for it there, that you know.
Systems that I haven't yet observed.
Hey.
But you agree the second law claims to apply to.
The second law doesn't claim anything. People claim stuff. That's a reification fallacy.
The entire natural world. It's a natural law.
Yes,
You just said it doesn't, Witsit.
Oh, we got Brenda coming back. That's lovely.
But you know,
Go ahead.
So if Tony, PhD Tony, and whoever else, if they agree that the laws of thermodynamics are laws of nature, right? Once someone agrees to that, anything they're talking about then has to apply to nature. And the universe that they're claiming would be nature. Not the nature we know, but a nature within that paradigm.
Yep.
So there's no way for it to not adhere to those laws.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, do you see the problem they have?
Oh no, I'm totally clueless. One of their problems is Tony's retarded. That's one major problem here. He's contradicted himself so many times that I don't know, clowns would be laughing at him. What else is wrong? He's a moron. He has no science acumen to speak of. And he doesn't know what syllogisms are. How about that?
Well, if you're, yeah, but okay, but if you're denying the first law, if you're going against the first law of thermodynamics, then at that point you have to be speaking about something that's supernatural, because it can't be nature at that point, regardless of what it is that you're claiming is part of nature. It can't be part of nature if you're denying the first law of thermodynamics, because that's one of the four laws of nature.
You'd think.
But you can claim all at once.
So then you're saying it's wrong.
Until we have observed all of the universe.
Until we have observed all the universe, huh? Okay, I'll tell you what. Define it first, you glue sniffer. You have no idea what natural laws are. This is pathetic.
We don't know that.
I understand.
So, argument from ignorance fallacies based on you definitely don't know the natural laws. That's for sure.
Your point, but my point is that you're saying that it's.
What?
Is he implying that observing something leads to knowing about it?
I think that's what he's applying or implying. Sorry.
Okay, that's not going to work.
It's a special pleading fallacy he's doing all over again, and Witsit failed to catch him on this one again. Let's see if he catches him.
Wrong, or it can be wrong. You mean to rephrase it? That's the most charitable way I can say it.
I'm saying that I don't know that it applies universally.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Yep, there you go. Special pleading. Get him.
If you say you don't know,
all I'm saying is, so allow me to clarify.
You've already clarified, you glue sniffing idiot, and you train wrecked yourself. Do I got to show this again? This might be a new audience. So you claim that the second law of thermodynamics is not universal. And you appeal to the idiot Einstein, right? From Albert Einstein, Lincoln Barnett, The Universe, and Dr. Einstein. This is 1957, you glue-sniffing idiot. The universe, Tony, the universe, you see this right here? The universe, this is very important, is thus progressing toward an ultimate heat death, or as it technically defined, a condition of maximum entropy, and there is no way of avoiding this destiny. For the fateful principle known as the second law of thermodynamics, Tony, which stands today as virtually the only pillar of classical physics, which it's not, left intact by the march of science, which is not science, proclaims that the fundamental processes of nature are irreversible. Nature moves only one way. You see this? Nature? Yeah, you see that? You see this? The universe? Do you get the connection there, Tony Dumbass? From Caustic, PhD in engineering. He's a thermodynamicist. The second law of thermodynamics is universal. See that? And valid without exceptions in closed and open systems, in equilibrium and non-equilibrium, in inanimate and inanimate systems, that is, in all space and time scales. Useful energy, non-equilibrium work potential is dissipated in heat, and entropy is generated. You're finished. PhD doesn't even know that the natural laws, specifically the second law of thermodynamics, is universal. He's a fundamental idiot. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be in area all week.
Yes, the second law.
And Witsit, he's doing another special pleading fallacy. Holmes, you caught him the first few times, but you seem to have lost your fervor.
Thermodynamics applies to all systems that we have so far observed. Does that mean that it applies to the beginning of the universe? Don't know.
Okay.
Does that mean that it...
Pause.
That is a textbook special pleading fallacy. It's fallacious reasoning. His point is fallacious. Good.
Yeah, he said all the systems that we have observed. What systems have we observed?
Open and closed systems?
Well, observing something is one thing. What about experience? What systems have we experienced? As in, for human nature.
Not isolated.
I mean,
yeah, because there's none in nature.
Well, we don't know. Yeah, there's none in. Yeah, but that. Yeah, actual. Yeah,
that's
not
another.
Really.
It's another topic, but I got you. I'm following you.
Yeah.
Brian. Yep.
You know, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does that mean that it applies everywhere?
Wait, what's going on?
What?
Forget it. Come on. No, I just forget about it. Come on.
Can you make up your fucking mind? Go? No?
You pressed play while I was still talking. You pressed play while I was
You said go!
I didn't say that.
You said go! Yeah, you said go. So I went, and then you continued.
I didn't, honestly.
Oh, boy.
Let's talk about this some more.
To the beginning.
I'm going to continue.
Shut up, you.
Thank you.
Of the universe. Don't know.
Okay.
Does that mean that it applies everywhere in the universe? Don't know.
Special pleading fallacy. Each instance, by the way.
Does that mean that it will apply at the end of the universe?
You get that. You get that special pleading fallacy, the ones you called out earlier, Witsit. But you don't get it now. What happened?
Don't know.
I understand. It's similar to agnosticism in general.
No, it's similar to a special pleading fallacy. What's it?
in terms of, it's the same thing. It's just an agnostic position. I understand it.
No, it's not an agnostic position. It is a special pleading fallacy. What's it?
Point is, and this is always overlooked, is an agnostic position does carry a burden of proof. If you're saying,
oh boy,
you don't know, yeah, it does, because it is intrinsically making the claim that it's possible it doesn't apply.
It's possible it doesn't apply. It's possible. What's it? And it. This is this whole block of conversation right here is non sequitur.
Yeah, and you're making, and I don't know. So.
And you're making an I don't. Hold on. And you're making an I don't know. What?
What the heck's that?
Yeah. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, if I was to use Tony's logic, I haven't been to Bangladesh, so I don't know if the second law of thermodynamics applies to Bangladesh. That's Tony's logic.
It's not logic.
But not Brian's logic.
It's not.
But not Brian's logic.
It's not logic at all. It's a special pleading fallacy. Period. End of story.
So you. So the answer.
Sentence fragment.
I don't.
Where did you get your PhD from? Mail order from Tuco Community College in Tobago, Tony. It's that bad.
Don't know is central to science.
I don't know is not central to science. I don't know is ignorance, you dumb fuck. It's not central to science. My God.
This is why I accuse you of being unscientific.
Yeah, because you're a pseudoscientist. You wouldn't know what science was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. You're an absolute ass clown. Pretender. You're a fraud. Thank you.
Because if you were scientific, you would be.
Because if you were unscientific,
perfectly comfortable saying I don't know, and
oh boy,
I'm not going to
PhD Johnny, can we be honest here? I'm far more comfortable saying I don't know than you. I say.
Oh my God! Gag me with a friggin'
spoon. It's really gone down the toilet now, huh?
Sympathizing with terrorists. I mean, come on. The guy is borderline mentally challenged, and you want to try to see some common ground with him?
Well, Tony has what the ballers all have: a lack of consistency.
Dunning-Kruger?
Everything they do is everything they do is in a vacuum. Any claim they make is in it. There's no connection between the implications of what they're claiming and what they claimed 2 minutes ago. So
I can't get much clarity out of anything he's saying between the sentence fragments and the short circuit glitches.
But Witsit now is in a competition with him about how much they don't know.
About a special pleading fallacy.
Did you like that?
I do, man.
Oh boy.
I'm far more comfortable saying I don't know than you. I say I don't know the true nature of Earth. Okay, I say I don't know the true nature of the universe whatsoever. Right? I say I don't.
Yeah, I just actually came into my head. I said after you press play, it's you know that I think it was Mark Twain said it. Don't argue with a fool because they'll bring you down to their level and beat you every time. That's kind of what's happening to Witsit, isn't it?
That wasn't.
He's after.
That's not a quote. It was much more eloquent.
Well, maybe that's not verbatim, but I'm pretty sure it was Mark Twain, and it may have been exactly that.
I didn't say it wasn't Mark Twain. We're gonna find out right now, Brian. I'm holding you to task.
Okay.
The most commonly cited Mark Twain quote regarding argument is, "Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference."
But there's another one. He has more than one. Like has more than one thing he said. But it doesn't matter. The point is true. It's like if you argue with a.
Here's another one.
Well,
never argue with stupid people. They will drag you down to their level, then beat you with experience.
That was probably it. I've heard it in a different form. Yeah, but that's actually what's happening to Witsit, isn't it? The longer he stays there, the further he slips down into Tony's realm, and it's over then.
That's pretty
Can't
funny.
be Tony there.
That's pretty funny.
Tony's realm isn't a pleasant place to be either, so.
It's pretty funny by Mark Twain. He's a little comedic right there. They'll beat you with experience. I like that. All right.
Don't know all the time. It has nothing to do with the lack of conformality with the words I don't know. It's about the objectively wrong sentiment that taking an agnostic position is void of a burden of proof, because it does have the burden of proof to verify or substantiate the claimed possibility. Even if
Pause.
No, he doesn't know what agnostic is. Witsit doesn't know what an agnostic is. It's not. They're not Mr. and Mrs. Possibility or potentiality. You don't know what agnostic means. That's the problem here. Go ahead, Fletzy.
Who and is that Pink Floyd in the chat there said discernment is how Mormons know that Mormonism is the only true faith.
Is that what discernment means?
It's what no, it says is how Mormons. It's discernment is how they. Never mind.
Yeah,
It's just pretty funny. It's right there in the chat, the Earth Awakening chat by Pink Floyd.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not looking over there. Discernment is how I was going to say morons. Discernment is how Mormons know that Mormonism is the only true faith. He's on crack.
If you're not claiming that even if you're not claiming that it is definitively true, what you're claiming is that it's possible that it's true. You need to substantiate that it's possible.
No, it's the.
That's kind of a tricky one there, Tony.
That it's possible.
No, it's the
rock and a hard place kind of thing, yeah.
I don't need you're just mischaracterizing.
Another sentence fragment in between of, oh, you are just stuttering fool, man. I mean, and a sentence fragment. Good job, Tony.
Characterizing intellectual discourse. I don't need you. You can claim that that's what I need to do. I reject your claim. So.
What?
For instance, and if you're going
your claim.
I reject your claim, and then I would like to
for instance, if you're going
for another sentence fragment, you didn't give the for instance.
Going to and you need to accept that what seems to make sense
on your what seems to, that's another sentence fragment.
To you, that seems like ironclad logic to you doesn't make sense to everybody else.
What the fuck?
In fact, as a flat earther, I encourage you to become comfortable with that sentiment. But
is that
you're on mute there, Kiri.
Is that a sentiment? Is that local sediment or sentiment?
I don't know.
Another sentence fragment.
Doesn't carry any burden of proof.
But that's Witsit doesn't.
Pause.
Witsit doesn't know. You guys are talking past each other. Go ahead.
No, I don't know what this sent. He said, as a flat earther, I encourage you, and I don't know what I didn't get that in after.
Me neither.
Could you go back?
Can you still, man?
Really? It's going to be painful.
I don't ask for J's much. Come on. I mean, if Adam was here, there'd be about 20 J's after being given to him.
We wouldn't.
This was favoritism.
We wouldn't have made it this far without him.
Oh. Here goes Brian being a victim again. Oh my gosh.
I am, and I'm a victim of your bullying. Yeah.
Oh boy.
I gave you a couple J's.
Doesn't make sense to everybody else. In fact, as a flat earther, I encourage you to become comfortable with that sentiment. But I don't know. doesn't carry any burden of proof.
Pause a second. It took me a moment. It took me a moment to process what he's after saying, because there's layers of psychology in there.
There's layers of retardation in there.
Yeah. Well, what he's saying is,
oh God,
flat earthers need to become comfortable with the statement, "I don't know." Flat earthers are the ones, right? That's what he's after basically saying. Flat earthers aren't the ones who are claiming to know everything, Tony. That's you idiots that are claiming that. It's you idiots who have all these claims, not us. Now, there's a lot of idiot flat earthers who make stuff up. I'm not going to deny that. But you won't have the same amount of know-it-alls on absolutely everything on the flat earth side that you will have on the globe side. There's no end of you fools thinking you know everything. There's nothing you don't know, supposedly. Sorry, but that's what he was saying there.
Oh, thanks for the clarification and the translation.
I don't know doesn't carry any burden of proof.
Can you still man why I said it does?
I don't know is not a statement about the external world.
Can you still man why I said
I don't know is not a statement about the external world. What? What? Huh? You better hope a mental health professional isn't listening to this shit, Tony. You're screwed.
I don't know is a statement about me.
Can you still man why I said, and you didn't just say I don't know, you literally said that it's possible that it exists, and you went into why you thought that. But this is what I'm asking you, right? Can you still man why I just said what my argument just was, why the agnostic position does in fact hold a burden of proof contrary to popular belief? Like,
what is an agnostic? What's it?
Out.
The hash.
You get out and don't do it again.
Shut up.
Can you still man why I said it does?
You're claiming that one
shut up in your face.
Observationally demonstrate that the thing you
observationally demonstrate. What?
I don't know how you do that. If you can only use your eyes, you know.
Oh boy.
You are withholding belief from
is that special belief?
Is it possible that the thing you're withholding belief from must not exist? But this is the default position. This is the null hypothesis.
What?
Null hypothesis is that whatever we observe is explained without invoking new entities.
You need to be institutionalized, dude. I mean, you're a crackpot. I mean, that's the dumbest thing I think I ever heard.
What's the alternative hypothesis?
He doesn't know what that is. Yeah. No, don't do that to him.
Is the null hypothesis. That is the default position. And
well, the null hypothesis is the default position. That's about the only thing you got right. All the other thing you said before that about the null hypothesis was incorrect. You dumbass.
Your assertion to the contrary.
Who knows? It's fucking stupid.
That I must demonstrate, observably, I must physically demonstrate that it is possible that that this happened. And
that what happened? What?
Yeah, pause a second.
Yeah, what's this? What the hell are you even talking about, Tony? You dumbass. But
I can tell you.
No, please don't.
Yeah, I will. What he's referring to is Witsit won't accept from Tony that the laws of thermodynamics may be violated in some part of heliocentric outer space where Tony or no one else has ever observed. And because Witsit won't accept that, Tony is saying that Tony is saying that
really
he can't be wrong just because Witsit can't say that Tony is wrong about that just because Tony can't demonstrate that the laws of thermodynamics can be violated. That's basically it. So because Tony can't demonstrate a violation of the laws of thermodynamics, that doesn't prove that the laws of thermodynamics can't be violated. That's the long and short.
Can you lay that out one more time?
No.
Absolutely.
Indeed, I have physically I have observably.
Another sentence fragment.
Demonstrated to you that the law of conservation of energy does not apply.
You have physically demonstrated the non-existence of something, huh? Is that what you're saying, Tony? You crackhead.
How do you have the law of conservation of energy? How can that exist if it can be violated?
To the universe as it is presently understood, does not apply on a cosmic scale, and yet you
special pleading fallacy.
You went back to it multiple times as though it's true. Your claim here that I must demonstrate that something is physically possible. I must demonstrate that the laws of physics are wrong.
These aren't laws of physics. They're natural laws, you dumbass. Good.
Yeah, Tony, if you're going to be making outlandish claims like the laws of thermodynamics, the laws of nature can be violated within nature or by nature or whatever, then yes, you're going to have to demonstrate that. Like, is it, in Tony's world, is it unreasonable for someone to ask him to demonstrate his horse manure? Is that his world? Because I'd like to know, because I've been talking to these people for 11 years now. And is it unreasonable in their world that they have to demonstrate the bullshit that they come out with? How is that unreasonable?
That's an appeal.
What's unreasonable about it?
That's an appeal to negativity.
Or have changed in order to attract the
sentence fragment. That's what I know.
Justify not knowing that they're not being certain that they're constant. This is
what?
It's absurd. I don't know that there isn't a Tyrannosaurus Rex
Man the
outside
plane.
my apartment.
Say again? Oh, was that on the video? In the plane? I guess. Let's go back and listen to this horse shit.
This is absurd. I don't know that there isn't a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
So you don't know that there isn't a You know that's a double negative? Yes, it was. It was Taylor. That's a double negative, Tony, dumbass.
Man the
Outside
plane.
my apartment, waiting for me to waiting there to eat me. But I don't need to demonstrate that it is.
He doesn't know that there isn't a Tyrannosaurus Rex waiting there or whatever them. Eat him. Okay, Tony. I don't know where to go with that.
Oh boy.
Physical plausibility for that.
Okay. Physical plausibility for your train wreck of a disaster, friggin' T-Rex double negative.
Like you've just I don't.
You've just I don't. Another sentence fragment.
Agree with your sentence fragment.
Okay, dude. I asked you to stillman it, but you strawmanned it. I did not say that. And I will say though, it is deliciously ironic to hear like the typical like naturalist globe side proponents talk about how the laws of physics may not be true, which is kind of like the whole like battle cry that you guys typically use to mock us, ironically, but it's all good.
They're not laws of physics. What's it? You needed to correct that.
But the point is, I asked you to stillman me, and I'm not saying this was in bad faith or anything, but you.
Yeah, I would give him a little bit of leeway on that, even though it's wrong. I think if you hear someone say something enough times within a short space of time, you're likely to repeat it.
No, not your.
When you're referencing it,
that's on you.
You are.
Yeah, I'm not. I am immune from that. Me personally.
Fair enough, but okay. But the photo, it's not you that we're talking about. Witsit. So could Witsit do that?
You didn't. You struck.
Yes, it's possible.
You're saying you are as in the royal.
Yeah.
So just relax.
Yeah.
So when you say you're saying the royal you.
Yeah, it's like it's possible that anyone could make that mistake after listening to that over and over again for 45 minutes or an hour and a half.
It's impossible.
It's possible.
Now, is it possible to get Jedi mind tricked? Yeah, for most it is. You're correct.
Strawman to me. I did not say that you have to provide observable, demonstrable evidence. I think you may be imposing the parameters of typical flat Earth discussion with people you talk to onto me, right? But that's not what this is about, because I'm invoking a causal mechanism that isn't observable, right? So that would be ridiculous for me to then say you have to adhere to that standard. That it wasn't the stillman of why.
Could I try stillmanning it just so we can move forward?
Yeah.
So,
good luck trying to get away from what do you want? Good luck trying to get over that.
If there's two
Oh, he had good luck.
types of agnosticism, right? There's the
So there's two types of agnosticism. Okay.
Passive and active. So if the claim is
passive and active agnosticism. What's agnostic, Gallery?
They believe the evidence is insufficient. That's a
yes. Is that passive or active?
Claim about the state of evidence. So where's your proof? And then if the claim is the question to it is unknowable, right? That's a universal claim. So how do you know that? You have to justify it. If you don't make either claim, then you're not agnostic. You're just undecided. But as soon as you assert anything about evidence or knowability, you have the burden of proof.
Okay, so pretty good, right? Pretty good argument, but let me still man what I'm actually saying. Let me still what I'm actually saying real fast. Okay, so what I'm saying is it's similar to the person, like when we're talking about creationism and someone says they're agnostic, they'll typically say a couple of the things Gally said. They'll be like, well, that's an unknowable thing, or I'm not currently convinced based on the evidence, or whatever. But they will quickly defend that it's possible. And the way that they'll do this is they'll just start basically.
That's what's possible. What is what's it?
Appealing to like nothing. Like they won't actually say anything, right? They'll just say, well, it could be possible. They'll actually just.
Well, it could be. Well, that means they're actually saying something. What have I gotten myself into here?
With dogmatism, just say that over and over and over and over, which
over. I guess they're saying something then, huh?
Is the conclusion that needs to be substantiated. So, like very simply put, taking an agnostic position intrinsically makes the claim that the contrary is possible. So,
the contrary to what? Just anything? I'm not getting this. It's not all non sequitur.
You're saying, well, it doesn't have to necessarily require supernatural creator. It's possible that's not the case. It's possible that the laws of
it's redundant.
Logic and matter and energy is not there, and da. Okay.
Da. What's that mean? That's a classic Witsit.
So when you say that you don't know,
that he doesn't know about what?
You're implicitly stating that it's possible that something else could be true. So
this is hard to deal with.
Yeah, it is.
But Tony's position is very straightforward. Tony's position is that the laws that govern, Tony doesn't know for certain if the laws that govern matter and energy govern matter and energy.
That's correct. The Tony's position, right? The whole position is stupid, and I can sew it up in one statement. It's a special pleading fallacy. Textbook. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Well, we haven't said yes to that because it's just, we just totally agreed. So if we at Flatsy don't say yes, it's because we agree. I can't speak for other people, but I speak for Flatsy because I'm able to do that with my skills. But,
with your crystal potato, right? We got you.
Yeah, exactly.
So what you now need to do is substantiate the possibility of the physical universe without a supernatural creator.
Now we're on without a supernatural creator, which is redundant. That wasn't your point from the beginning. Your point at the beginning was that the universe had a beginning. So we're far, far away. It's tangential to the conversation, but everything's all confused now.
That's what you have to do.
How would I go about substantiating it?
Well, hang on, that smuggles in that's not neutrality either then, because you said, like, if you say it's possible God exists, it's still a modal claim. You're saying there are no contradictions in the concept of God such that his existence could be real. That still requires justification. If you say, I don't know, it's not a blank space, it's a judgment. You're making a judgment about the state of evidence.
What about willful ignorance? Forgot about that one?
So it's like, I've evaluated what's available, or...
How do you know that he's evaluated what's available?
The result doesn't meet my standard for knowledge.
Well, then he's a retard. I got a website on it.
Both of these are claims. They require justification.
Yeah, you gotta justify your claim of agnosticism is the point.
What is the debate that I think we've lost the meaning of the debate.
No, thanks, Brenda.
No, I just don't think you were even here, right? But when it started, right?
What is it? What is it?
Well,
here we got the brain surgeon Brenda coming in. This is going to be helpful.
The topic.
Okay.
And then you'll probably know what topic is.
Yeah, we were just talking about.
Thanks. We can hear everything clearly.
Keep up. Just maybe sit down for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about like if you apply the first and second law, right, and trying to answer the question of like where did all the matter and energy in the universe get here? So like how did the universe get here? You actually take a naturalist approach and you thus adhere to the natural laws. The first and second law of thermodynamics, when properly applied, end up requiring you invoking a beginning to the universe.
Correct. Now you're back on subject.
So now we have to answer, well, okay, if there's a beginning, then how did the matter and energy get here if it wasn't always here? And so, you know, I mean, we only have one other option. There was always
You have to go to the ontological primitives.
here, it was put here, right? And we run into an issue there.
That is true. It's a disjunctive syllogism. We went over it many times on previous episodes.
Okay, what's the other possibility? Okay, so either it was always here.
Nuh-uh. Brenda, that's Brenda. That's her position. It's either yaha or nuh-uh. If you listen to her throughout the years and listen to her speak to other people, it's either yaha or nuh-uh every single time. That's what this glue sniffer provides.
Or it wasn't always here. What's the other option?
It simply came into being.
Why wasn't it always here?
It simply came into being as your other option, glue sniffer Brenda.
Hold on. We forget that Brenda also provided that dog bones are clocks. Okay.
Therefore, with her and Tony married, time is dog bones.
Well, what I'd say about Brenda is this. That answer there is classic Brenda. It simply came into being. It's this bullshit answer to something that has already got a valid answer that she doesn't want to accept, and certainly doesn't want to accept it from you. So she's willing to give you some complete horse manure answer. That's an insult to you. To try, and basically what it does is, if you go back in time and listen to Nathan, it enrages people because she's just basically treating you like a complete idiot.
Yeah, it also violates the first law. It also violates the first law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the point. I know that. I'm talking about what Brenda does, not that specific thing.
Here.
Oh, because the second law.
All these people.
Yeah, and I monopolize the mic, right? I mean, I will just answer.
You gave the answer, right, Brenda? Yeah, you're in violation of the first law of thermodynamics. Clown.
I won't answer that for everyone to think about on their own, right? Because I'm going to fall back here. I got some stuff I want to do, right? But the second law, the reason it couldn't have always been here is because the second law is entropy increases and the amount of usable energy decreases. And if the amount of usable energy is decreasing, then it has to have a starting point to decrease from. And then I'll just use the same analogy Stephen Hawking used, akin to human progression. It indicates that there must have been a beginning.
Damn, he brought it all the way back to the actual point of the argument. Can you believe it? Let's see where this goes.
Which is handy enough when he needs to be.
Go ahead.
I'm saying Witsit is handy enough when he needs to be, when he applies himself. When he's not trying to push an agenda, when he's just coming at something with just factual information. You know, he's obviously good at doing that.
Actually, he's good at some stuff and then screwed a ton of shit up here that we've identified. But he's brought it back. That's there. The plot is back. Let's see where it goes.
It indicates that there must have been a beginning.
But
So-
you said
so
the entropy doesn't
Witsit
apply to the universe.
Witsit is misapplying Hawking's argument.
He's not misapplying at all. You just can't read. You're illiterate.
Hawking's argument was that that there has been.
Oh my God! Is this going to be another boundless universe hypothesis theory?
In finite time since the early
He didn't talk about time in that statement that Witsit just read. There's no time in that statement. You idiot.
Did Tony say an infinite time?
Yeah, he's talking about that Witsit doesn't understand what Hawking said. No, it's Tony that doesn't understand what Hawking said because Hawking didn't say anything about time. Not in here.
I think that Tony is conflating some other book that he read with the quote that this book's from.
Yeah. There's nothing about time or anything, or any boundless universe hypothesis theory. Tony, you're a glue sniffer. We've been over this about 25 times. You're just an idiot.
Stages of the universe. Hawking did not say that there is a starting point to the universe.
Yes, he did. He said it right here. In fact, the theory that the universe has existed forever, that's the only other option, is in serious difficulty with the second law of thermodynamics. The second law states that the disorder always increases with time. He did mention time there, but not in the other glue sniffers context. Like the argument about human progress, see this, that's the it is this. That's the it. Second law of thermodynamics. It indicates that there must have been a beginning. A beginning to what? The universe. Simple. That's second grade reading comprehension, by the way.
As we went into the
as we went into what?
As we went into example with a sphere.
Into example with a sphere. Well, that's not his example. His example wasn't a sphere. Or time.
Sphere is finite.
Who cares?
But it is unbounded. It has no...
Oh my God. Back we go again.
No boundary. You can't step off the surface of a sphere.
Yeah, you can.
Let's see if Stephen Hawking said anything about stepping off the surface of a sphere here.
I don't know of any instance where I'm not able to step off the surface of a sphere. Can somebody please provide an example of where I can't?
Thank you. Thank you for chasing that. He doesn't say anything about stepping off the surface of a sphere in this citation that Witsit provided.
You can't step onto the surface of a sphere. So the second law of thermodynamics.
What does stepping on or off the surface of a sphere have to do with the second law of thermodynamics, Tony? Of which you are clearly clueless of.
Only argues that time.
Only argues. Only what are you, Jimmy? 2 times?
Is finite. It doesn't argue that time has a beginning.
He didn't argue about that. This is you're in a category error and a red herring fallacy. Done. Just an idiot. Making shit up. Nonsensical stuff.
And this was the entire point of Hawking's boundaryless universe.
Red herring fallacy. We're not talking about his boundaryless, unscientific fairy tale universe. We're talking about this right here, Tony. Blue sniffer.
Hypothesis. The entire...
It's not a hypothesis either. You don't know what a hypothesis is, and Stephen Hawking definitely never in his entire life formulated a single viable one. Not one. 0. Your IQ.
That point, but behind a brief history of time.
That's not what we're talking about here. This is not a brief history of time. This is the beginning of time. Confirming red herring fallacy, Tony.
And Witsit persists in misrepresenting it as...
He didn't misrepresent it. He read it straightforward. Face value. You're finished. And so are all your glue-sniffing idiot atheist boys. You're done.
Though Hawking said time has a beginning.
So Hawking said time has a beginning. Then the universe had a beginning. Thanks.
He may have misspoken. It's very...
He may have misspoken that. Yes, and if my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle.
So he's got a crystal potato?
Thanks for interrupting me. Go ahead.
So he has a crystal potato too?
Yeah, he could divine. Yeah, but he has special powers. Necromancy. He could divine dead people's thoughts.
Difficult to, as I have misspoken, I think.
No, never. No, what you think is a misspeak is a train wreck delusional non sequitur fallacies. They're not misspeaks. You're just a goober.
A few times during this discussion.
A few times. I would say the majority of this discussion. And demonstrated thus far.
But the fact that time is finite...
Really? If time's finite, then there had to be a beginning of the universe.
Time...
You cut it out.
Does not imply at all...
Doesn't phase him.
Sorry, it doesn't... The fact that the time since the beginning of the universe is finite does...
There he goes. Since the beginning of the universe. Thanks for confirming Witsit's argument. Did it again.
Does not at all imply that there is some point, some initial point.
It doesn't imply... It doesn't. You should be institutionalized, dude. So the beginning of the universe doesn't imply that there's a beginning? That's what you just said.
That's what he said.
That's what he just said. Yep. Yep.
Some start.
Okay, you said that like a few times.
That's the... Yes. And...
Yes.
You keep on misrepresenting what...
Don't have to misrepresent that, you glue sniffer. You're just a fucking idiot, dude. That's an industry phrase, by the way.
Hawking said, if you stop doing that, I'll stop feeling...
Besides, I don't know what would happen if Tony was to have the same conversation with someone who wasn't Witsit, who wasn't a flat earther. Now, the chances are that he would say the same shit. But whatever it is about these people, regardless of what we present to them, even if it's not on topic, they will not accept it as fact. We cannot ever be right. That is just across the board their attitude towards us. They cannot concede that we're right about anything. It wouldn't matter what the topic is.
Feeling compelled to explain to you how you are misinterpreting Hawking.
Okay, could I cut in?
He's not misinterpreting Hawking. It's face value. We've all read it a number of times through the last 4 episodes that we've done. This is basic reading, little smog, friggin'. Oh boy, forget it.
Just real quick, Hawking didn't misspeak. He said the role played by time at the beginning.
Let's see what he says. Hawking said the role played by time. Did he? Stephen Hawking, The Beginning of Time. This argument about whether or not the universe had a beginning persisted into the 19th and 20th centuries. It was conducted mainly on the basis of theology and philosophy, with little consideration of observational evidence. This may have been reasonable given the notoriously unreliable character of cosmological observations until fairly recently. The cosmologist Sir Arthur Eddington once said, "Don't worry if your theory doesn't agree with observations, because they are probably wrong. But if your theory disagrees with the second law of thermodynamics, it is in bad trouble." In fact, the theory that the universe has existed forever is in serious difficulty with the second law of thermodynamics. The second law states that disorder always increases with time. Like the argument about human progress, it indicates that there must have been a beginning. Gallery. Geller, where did it say the role of time in what I just read? Mr. Helper? You're an ass clown, dude.
Didn't misspeak. He said the role played by time at the beginning of the universe is, I believe, the final key to removing the need for a grand designer.
You're on mute, Kiwi.
You're on mute, Kiwi.
Yeah, so, as usual, that's not the argument that they're speaking to. That's not what Hawking said here. That's a different citation from a completely different book. Son. Gallery. So it looks like you've lost the plot. You're not helping Witsit, by the way.
And revealing how the universe created itself.
Yeah, how the universe created itself, huh? Define self. I'd love to hear that definition.
Time itself must come to a stop. You can't.
Time itself must come to a stop. That's definitely not anything in here. Way to go on with the red herring fallacy, Gallery. Good job.
Can't get to a time before the Big Bang because there was no time before the Big Bang. We have finally found something that does not have a cause because there was no time for a cause.
That's the law of cause and effect. That's a violation of that. What you just read, not you, but Hawking, because he's an idiot pseudoscientist, fairy tale believer.
Cause to exist in. For me, this means there is no possibility of a creator because there is no time for a creator. So how are you saying that he's misspeaking when he speaks about time like in 5-6 sentences in a row? And then he says, since time itself began at the moment of the Big Bang, it was an event that could not have been caused or created by anyone or anything. So how are you saying that he's misspeaking?
This is a complete red herring fallacy away from the topic that Witsit brought up, by the way.
So, can you repeat?
My God.
Pause.
Will you?
Yeah, it is. It is a complete red herring. But it does put Tony in a tricky position, even though it is a red herring.
Are you quoting there, or was that you saying?
He's quoting.
I didn't say anything.
Sorry, I thought you were. saying.
Yeah,
Okay,
so you're definitely at odds.
Just
you're at odds with him, right?
No, I'm not. And it is ironic.
And that is ironic.
I'm trying to save you.
It's ironic. No, let me. So
let me know. So. Fucking idiot.
I'm responding to what was just said to me. Okay, he just said time has no cause, time has no beginning.
So time is infinite. Total red. I'm going off the red herring. So time is infinite according to Stephen Dumbfuck Hawking, right? So that means the universe is infinite, violating the first and second laws of thermodynamics and common sense.
Right?
Wrong.
No, he did not say that. He said time itself began at the moment of the Big Bang.
He literally says
like
time
every
has a
other
beginning.
physicist says.
Yeah.
He says it was an event that could not have been caused or created by anyone or
Tony, now he's got verbal diarrhea. You can't hear he's finished.
anything. Time itself began at the moment of the Big Bang. Time began.
So it's finite.
Pause.
So it's finite. Good.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say that Tony tried to red herring, right, but tried to basically strawman Witsit and red herring at the same time. And this other lad, I don't know his name, is after you taking his red herring and raising the stakes on Tony.
Yes.
Because he's after going, okay, let's talk about something else then, Tony, from the same author and what he has to say about it. You know? So, bit of fun.
Yeah, same red herring fallacy.
At the moment of the Big Bang.
Right. Okay. Hawking and Hartle said that the universe. Let's.
Another sentence fragment. What does Hartle have to do with any of this? Now we're completely off the reservation. I don't see Hartle's name in here. You?
See, no, but this is what's happening. Tony, right, tried to red herring away from what Witsit read out to a different book.
Yep.
Right, he tried it earlier on as well. Well, before, it was 3 weeks ago. And now, when it's been pointed out to him, other things from that same author, from maybe a different book than what Witsit was reading from, support what Witsit was saying. And, right, well, Witsit wasn't saying anything. He was just supporting what Witsit was saying concerning Stephen Hawking, or presenting concerning Stephen Hawkins. Now, Tony is bringing in this separate character because he now needs to red herring away from Stephen Hawking completely. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
No, he's totally fucked. That's what's going on with Tony.
And that's just with Tony.
Let's Google it, because apparently.
Let's Google it. So Google's a verb now, Tony. Go Google yourself, you friggin' ass clown.
You guys don't believe me. Hawking and
put it in the
Hartle
text
said
chat, Tony.
It's not about belief.
It's not about belief, exactly.
You said maybe Hawking misspoke. Maybe you don't know.
Yeah, Tony knows his goose is cooked. He's incredibly he's aware of he's cooked, and he loses it.
What Hawking said, PhD Tony. Can you concede? Can you please concede that you don't know what Hawking said? Can you please concede that you don't know what Hawking said?
And
Tony, chill, dude. I've put it.
You're on mute.
It continues right here, I think.
Right. Okay. Hawking and Hartle said that the universe. Let's Google it, because
another sentence fragment, and yeah, it went back a little bit, but just entertain it.
Apparently, you guys don't believe me. Hawking and Hartle.
Put it in the text chat, Tony.
It's not about belief. You said maybe Hawking misspoke. Maybe you don't know what Hawking said, PhD Tony. Can you concede? Can you please concede that you don't know what Hawking said?
This is called a death throw for idiot ball-tard spinning space monkey. That's what you're hearing from Tony. It's death throws.
Please concede that you don't know what Hawking said.
And
Tony, chill, dude. I've put it in the text chat. You're right. Early on in his career, he talked about beginning. Later on, he's talking about exactly what you're talking about. What was it? Spherical something or other.
What does that have to do with what just happened? Andy, hold my beer. This guy's clueless clown right here. Dealt with him before. It's a dumb fuck.
Like Earth has no age.
The Hartle-Hawking state proposal. The Hartle-Hawking state proposal.
The Hawking-Hartle state. What are you talking about?
That's it, with James Hartle in 1983. I put it in the chat.
Yeah. Okay. So the
Oh my, Tony.
The entire you are misread.
Sentence fragment again. My question again: how in the world, who issued the PhD to this glue sniffing git? How does that happen? Has anyone confirmed that he has a PhD? I want to get the university.
No,
I'd like to get the universe just to call and confirm.
Representing Hawking's life work by
Hawking's life work is nothing but pseudoscience, made up fairy tales. Absolutely worthless. Can you just what?
I thought you were finished. I was just going to step in. Can I just point out that it has nothing got to do with what Stephen Hawking thought or said. It's got to do with what is and what's real. Now they're in a debate about, because let's talk about what Tony tried earlier again, trying to have a debate about what Stephen Hawking said or thought. Right. Like, who cares what someone thinks or believes or their opinion is? It's whether that is in alignment with what actually is.
Correct.
That's all that matters.
Correct.
Nothing. So this. No. Oh, Harker Hawking 1983 statement. Blah blah blah. It's like, who cares? Who cares? What is it correct? No. Well, who cares about it then?
Yep.
Suggesting, he suggested that it's a boundaryless universe.
Back to this horse shit again.
In its initial state. I
haven't seen this. This guy puts this thing in the chat, obviously, he says. Now, I haven't seen it, and I don't know if this other guy, Harkel, is involved. If he was wrangling in that the time was a sphere and it was a boundaryless universe, blah, blah, blah. But if Hawkins was doing that, then he completely contradicted his earlier work. And he is openly stating a violation of the laws of thermodynamics.
Yes.
Something that he didn't do earlier in his earlier work.
Yep.
Supposedly.
Yep.
Anyway, if we're just dogpiling with the misquotes and the misrepresentations.
They're not dogpiling and they're not misquotes. You're just a fucking idiot.
No, you repeatedly said Hawking never said time is a beginning, and Hawking did say that. So can you admit that you didn't know that he said that?
No.
No, sir.
Yeah, but okay. Let's do To be fair, Tony is right in the sense that he apparently changed his position later in his career. We don't need you to respond and say it again. It's very tiresome. It doesn't really matter. Because I invoked the later work, which was 88, and I quoted it verbatim, which is that the second law states that disorder always increases with time. Like the argument about human progress, it indicates that there must have been a beginning. I only invoked the analogy.
It's awesome for me to repeat myself, but
oh my God, the second grader comes out now. Thank you very much, Tony. Go ahead, second grader.
Feel free to read the quote for the 20th fucking time.
No, I'm just making a point.
Well, that's the fucking argument. You ass clown that doesn't know what the second law of thermodynamics even is.
I only invoked the analogy, okay? I did not say, hey, let's debate about the quote again. Someone asked what the conversation was about. I gave a quick recap, and I just used the...
Sorry. I'm not sure. I just need to clear. This guy that came in to help PhD Tony said, the guy who said he had posted the thing in the chat, he gave me the impression from what he said, I could be wrong. Excuse me, I could be wrong. That what he posted in the chat was after what was being read out from Witsit earlier. So the work that was posted in chat came after in the pardon the pun, timeline of work.
No.
But now from what Witsit says, it's the other way around.
No, it is the other way around.
Right. Well, who cares what he said earlier then?
Yes,
because that kind of gave me the impression. It gave me the impression. That's why I said what I said a minute ago about Hawkins contradicting himself.
Then you thought Tony was on a coherent timeline.
I didn't know based off what the guy said when he came in. I wasn't sure of the years, but from what Witsit said there, yeah, well, that obviously you validated it. Yeah, one is 1983. Witsit is talking about 88. That means like anything he said in 83 doesn't mean anything because what he said in 88 is completely going against it.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There's no point in Tony saying, but he said this in 1983.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he said this in 88, Tony.
Yes.
My God.
You got it now.
Of human progression, which absolutely is not misrepresenting what he said. That is the reason he invoked human progression as the analogy. So we can take that out because my point is simple. The second law saying that entropy increases, the amount of usable energy decreases. For it to decrease, it must decrease from a beginning point, just like human progression. If humans are progressing, we must have started somewhere to progress from.
Yeah, and
was there time before the Big Bang?
That's an idiotic statement too, because even the concept of the start of humanity is not a very well defined, or
Oh my God.
scientifically meaningful concept.
Scientifically meaningful concept. You retard.
But
it was a comparison. Hawking, even as a dumbass, made the comparison. Like the argument about human progress. Like it. It's a simile. It indicates that there must have been a beginning. So, arguing about where human progress started is utterly meaningless. It's a chasing after the wind. It's a rhetorical device. You absolute ass clown. PhD Tony. And you said that Witsit didn't understand this, huh? The audacity of abject retards.
The position remains that Hawking, in the work that you are quoting, lays out the boundaryless universe hypothesis.
No, he doesn't. And even if it did, even if he did that, it'd be a red herring fallacy away from it. You ass clown, Tony.
Hypothesis, and says that and
not a hypothesis either.
Says that time does not have a starting point. You are putting a
Of course, you said in 1983 that it did.
A lot of words on. You are putting a lot of weight on his use of the term beginning.
Yeah, because he said there must have been a beginning. Yes, there's a lot of weight there. It's kind of the point of what he was talking about.
Why would you not put weight on the term beginning being used when that's the whole argument? The source of this argument, you know what I mean, was about whether there was a beginning or not. Now, what came up, or who came up as a citation, or as part of it was from Hawking and his books. And now, I know the citation that was used came from Eddington, but the point being is that, yeah, so if Hawking said there must have been a beginning, then you would definitely, you would definitely be using that.
Yeah, it has weight. It's like the whole point.
Yeah. Yes.
Meant to say was the
what Hawking meant to say. What?
The second law of thermodynamics.
Oh my God.
Requires that the universe has only been in existence for a finite amount of time, but finite and bounded are different.
That's another red herring fallacy horseshit. Bounded. You're just making that shit up. But he didn't say anything about bounded anything in here. It's just glue sniffing speculation. And it has nothing to do with this topic.
Different things.
Finite amount of time necessitates a beginning, but what's an ending?
A finite amount of time necessitates a beginning. Tony's answer, no, it doesn't.
What's the opposite?
only, even though what he said it wasn't part of what was in, it wasn't what was written, bounded and finite are the same. Like one translates to the other. Something has got a boundary, then it's got a finite size. That's a lot of rubbish going.
Yeah, don't chase this.
It is a red herring. Yeah, but it's a red herring, but he's wrong. Obviously wrong.
Who's wrong? Tony or
Tony? Yeah, Tony.
Tony or Hawking?
Tony and what he said a minute ago.
And Hawking.
Necessitates a beginning, but what's and an ending? That's what's the opposite of finite?
The opposite of finite is infinite, but something can be finite but not bounded.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah. Now we're going with bounded. Introduce bounded into this horseshit. He's been doing it the whole time. Witsit had corrected him initially, but then lost his equivocation of fervor towards the end here.
No, but okay, but if something is...
Sorry, I couldn't get in before you pressed play there. Well, I'm not going to lie. At this point, if I was stuck in that position, talking to someone who said that there and then, I'd have to say, give me an example of something that is bounded but not finite. What?
Yes, I know. Stop saying the sphere thing, man. Okay, so if there is a finite,
you don't understand it, so I don't know what to do.
Stop, man. Yeah, the fact that you reify time and then use a physical object of the sphere for a super poor, desperate grasping at Straw's analogy doesn't mean anything to me.
They need to talk about something more concrete, huh, J-Ace? Let's talk about your science acumen. How about that? Do you think that's concrete? Or sand? Idiot.
I want you to answer this question. What does the phrase finite amount of time mean?
It means that, so we measure time in units. It means that there are a finite number of units from now back to...
the beginning?
That would be the beginning. Right? By implication of what he said, when he said measure time in units, that those units would be degrees. And those degrees would be based off of a full 360 degree. Well, the 360 degrees is based off of a full solar day. So to start counting, you'd have to count at the very first solar day, which means the solar day would have a beginning. The sun would be,
back to the beginning of the universe.
Oh, back to the beginning of the universe. Thank you. There it goes again.
The beginning. Okay. Yes. Cool. So he didn't misspeak, and you're actually kind of conflating a bit of an equivocation, right?
An equivocation?
You're cutting out a lot, bro. But like you're kind of equivocating because you keep saying like time. Like in the context of this quote, he's saying universe, right? But it doesn't really matter, bro. It's just the point is simple. Does everyone acknowledge
the universe is space-time, right?
Does everyone?
No. It's not space-time. Space-time is a fairy tale of epic proportions.
No, space-time's stupid. But does everyone?
Outstanding. What's it?
Acknowledge that if the amount of usable energy in the universe, let's just say, okay, hypothetical preface there for you, if the amount of usable energy in the...
Sorry to pause it here, but I have to say this. We can't talk and argue about the universe unless someone can show me this universe. Correctly define it. Something that exists as something that exists.
Yeah, but they can't define it. Yeah, but in their worldview, you can definitely hold their feet to the fire.
Well, yeah, of course. But what Tony said there, and you picked him up on, and Witsit picked him up on, technically within their paradigm, yeah. See, when it comes to their paradigm and the term universe, anything is possible. Like, I would be trying to remove the term universe at the very start of that. Because
well,
what's that?
We're not. Yeah, I would probably. Yeah, but that goes far beyond what the scope of this discussion, without getting into another red herring fallacy. So he's holding their. This is what I did. I held their feet to the fire in their paradigm, because we would definitely define.
I understand it. It's just I have a problem.
We would definitely define the universe differently. My definition of the universe is everything that is encapsulated inside the firmament. That's my definition.
But, yeah, see, there you go. So when you speak about this thing you're calling a universe, and Tony speaks about what he's calling a universe, you're both speaking about two different things.
Exactly.
Now, that's not the Socratic method. That's not the Socratic method, is it?
That's true. That's true. So see, I have him. If it was me, I have him on the fire seat in the courtroom under his paradigm. Follow?
Oh yeah. Look, I'm not trying to critique you. That's not what I'm trying to do.
I know you're not.
I'm just saying that the term universe is such a dodgy term.
I know.
Because you can't, because I thought it's not clear, it's not defined. It's whatever it is to you.
I understand that. But according to their paradigm, even though they think it's defined, it still isn't, they can't define it. Right? But I'm holding them to their story. I'm indicting them on their paradigm, on their religion. You follow? So whether the universe is different,
I absolutely do, yeah.
Yeah, follow. Yep. I knew you'd get it. Okay.
The universe is decreasing, that would mean that it's decreasing from a starting point.
No.
Okay, so it could just, if we rewound the clock, it could just go on infinitely forever.
So sorry, you need to define initial point better.
The beginning.
Like, just, if there is no starting point, then the word decrease has no meaning. If there is no starting amount.
Relativists would say that the word energy.
Relativists, who gives a shit? They're glue sniffers. Who cares what they would say? Relativity is not scientifically validated. Neither of them. And of course, you're not being hyper-specific, whether it's special or general relativity, or both in general.
Has no meaning. So, I mean, or is at least very difficult to, or is at least very difficult to define.
Pause. Energy is a descriptor. If you want to just take it at face value, it just describes. There's different energies. But energy as an overall, it's just what Tony said there. He said they would say you can't define energy, but energy is a descriptor. So you know what I mean? It's like trying to define. Descriptors are descriptors. That's what they are.
Relativistic terms, but are very, very difficult to meaningfully define in relativistic terms.
There is no relativistic terms.
But you can.
Oh my God, dude.
Again, I'm not sure how.
This guy.
It's like he's got two sandbags around him and he's trying to swim in fresh water.
How to respond to unscientifically formulated questions.
Unscientifically formulated questions. Hey, Tony. What the fuck, dude?
Bigging it up again, making more out of something that they keep on nothing.
Yeah. It's just stupid, Tony. Good job.
You are suggesting you are basically trying to say, does everybody agree there's a beginning point? You're
Who cares about agree? There either is or there isn't, based on the evidence.
just trying to word it differently.
No. I'm actually asking a very specific question. If the total amount, so if the amount of usable energy is decreasing, then there must have been an initial amount to decrease from, or the word decrease would have no meaning.
Okay, but again, you're making the mistake of applying this to the universe as a whole. Again,
here we go again.
Because the universe.
Here we go again down the special pleading fairy tale train to Jackassville, Tony, right?
Is expanding, and
you cut.
What does expanding have to do with it? Shut up, Brenda.
We know that we know that the amount of energy in the universe is increasing. So
the amount of usable energy is increasing. You know that it's increasing.
Yeah.
Let's see what let's see what the chief relativist has to say about that. Johnny. From the chief relativist, Dr. Einstein, the universe is thus progressing towards an ultimate heat death, or it is technically defined as a condition of maximum entropy. The fundamental processes of nature are irreversible. Nature moves only one way. Wow. Okay,
that
Tony.
Says.
Yep.
So to claim that we.
Good.
Sorry, just want to say that itself. Now I know we've spoken about it before, but I'm not going to go into it too much. But that itself is a violation of entropy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Usable energy must be decreasing on a universal scale. I don't know that that's true.
Then you're in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. And the chief relativist, by the way. You ass clown.
Okay, so that's a different. So then you should have just been intellectually honest and said, yes, if the amount of usable energy is decreasing, then that would mean that it had a.
Not if. It is.
Starting point to decrease from. And then your argument is, but I think it's possible that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the universe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You agreed to.
Yeah. Shut up, Brenda.
That Witsit.
So
you said,
there you go.
You said it doesn't apply.
No, I didn't.
No, Witsit never said the second law doesn't apply, you glue sniffer.
I said the first.
I heard
law.
This is
yeah, you did. Yaha. Nuh-uh. Yaha.
No, I didn't.
Pause. Sorry, this is where Brenda comes in. When Tony is shown to be wrong, whoever it is shown to be wrong on our side, shown to have their backs against the wall, cornered, whatever. Brenda comes in with her red herrings and accusations and bullshit to take the person away and to follow her down whatever bullshit road she wants to bring him down.
Mm-hmm.
That's all she's there for. She does this. That's why they tolerate her, because she does this for them in these situations all day long.
Yeah, there's no moderation here either. They should have moderated her dumb ass out.
When did I say that? My whole entire argument has been pointing out the absurdity of the position claiming the second law doesn't apply. And this is actually Hawking's whole point and Eddington's. That's Hawking's whole point and Eddington's whole point, right? Where he says the argument about whether or not the universe. The argument about whether or not the universe.
Division fallacy. Witsit.
The argument about whether or not no, it's not. The argument about whether or not the universe had a beginning persisted into the 19th and 20th centuries. It was conducted mainly on the basis of theology and philosophy, with little consideration of observational evidence. This may have been reasonable, given the notoriously unreliable character of cosmological observations, until fairly recently. The cosmologist Sir Arthur Eddington once said, "Don't worry if your theory doesn't agree with the observations, because they're probably wrong. But if your theory disagrees with the second law of thermodynamics, it is in bad trouble. In fact, the theory that the universe has existed forever is in serious difficulty with the second law of thermodynamics. The second law states that disorder always increases with time, like the argument about human progress. It indicates that there must have been a beginning." And he actually paraphrased Eddington, because what he literally said is, if your theory...
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Just found something there, because like this thing bothered me a lot from the very first time I heard it. But the end of what Eddington said is about concerning the second law of thermodynamics. Like, that holds such weight. But what he said towards the start is, don't worry about observations if they don't agree with your theory, because the observations are probably wrong. Right? What is Eddington also famous for?
The bullshit 1919 or 1920 observation of gravitational lensing.
Yes. So
trying to hold on.
Yeah.
Trying to prove a scientific theory that was published 5 years earlier.
Yeah. No, because I understand the layers of bullshit within that. Thanks to you, right? All thanks to you. I understand that.
Yeah. What
you just said is the killer blow for anyone who understands it. But his statement there that's shared by Hawkins, and him in 1919 with his observation, like, what is it, Eddington? Which one, Arthur?
Yep.
You know, how would you apply that statement to your 1919 observation of the total solar eclipse?
Yeah, he wouldn't.
Theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope. There is nothing for your theory but to collapse into the deepest humiliation. What I'm saying is, I agree. I actually agree with them, right?
Conservation laws don't apply to the universe as a whole.
Nobody said conservation. They said
Brenda, you're a dumbass. Second law of thermodynamics, number 1, isn't a conservation law. And you just stated that natural laws don't apply to the universe. You are, in your paradigm, a pseudoscientist. In your paradigm. In ours, you're just a flailing idiot. But even in your religion, you're a fuckwit.
Entropy. We're not talking about the law of conservation of energy.
Yeah, she doesn't know the difference, Taylor. Yeah.
We're talking about the second law of thermodynamics.
Yes,
Yeah,
and the
it doesn't apply.
The second law of thermodynamics applies to energy.
You're on
Yes,
mute.
I also.
Yeah, the second law of thermodynamics is not a conservation law, Tony Fuckstick. That was the question to the room.
Gave papers that also said, not just Stephen Hawking's quote, bro.
Okay, what do your papers say, Taylor?
I already tagged you in them. I'll do it again.
But can you read off the part that specifically
if the
addresses
universe increases in entropy and disorder with each bounce, in like this is invoking a Big Bang loop, which is what the gentleman referenced earlier, which is what we were talking about. If the universe increases in entropy and disorder with each bounce, the amount of usable energy available decreases each time.
Yep.
Does the second law apply to the universe as a whole, Taylor?
Yes, because it's a natural law, you dumbass cracker. And it's not a conservation law, Brenda.
Which is the most popular, which, just so you guys know, that's the most that's the most popular claim within like your realm of like the academic circles. The most popular claim to get the most popular claim to get out of this issue is this idea of an infinite loop.
Who are they? Arwen Simps?
That is a claim. That is one potential. I can't tell if am I
can hear you.
speaking?
You're good.
Yeah,
Okay. Sorry, it sounded like Witsit got clipped. So I don't know if that was my internet or whatever.
He was clipped for me.
Okay, but this is one possible hypothesis, and it's
Not a hypothesis. You don't know what a hypothesis is, and thank you for showing us again that you don't know what one is.
as Taylor is correctly pointing out, there are many people who have very strong theoretical opposition.
No, not theoretical opposite. Many people have strong delusions and speculate through their ass.
To the Big Bounce hypothesis.
Not a hypothesis. You'd fail intro to third grade general science.
Or the Big Crunch hypothesis.
That one too is not a hypothesis.
Big Bang, Big Crunch hypothesis.
Big Bang had no hypotheses. It's not a scientific theory either.
Very many serious cosmologists.
Very many serious cosmologists who are actual pseudoscientists because cosmology is not a natural science. Neither is astronomy, for the reasons I gave about 18 years ago, but we'll get it officially here. From Gun, cited in Cho Adrian, a singular conundrum. How odd is our universe? From Science, cosmology may look like a science, but it isn't a science. A basic tenet of science is that you can do repeatable experiments, and you can't do that in cosmology. From Professor Nick Strobel, Bakersfield College, unlike other sciences, astronomy is entirely observational. You cannot run experiments on things. You cannot manipulate the objects to see how they work. So cosmology and astronomy are not natural sciences. Everyone get that? Yeah? Because all of natural science is governed by experiments. All of it. The whole thing. It's the whole kit and caboodle. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement of systematic experimentation. From Lure's Introduction to Theory and Application of Molecular and Quantum Mechanics, the final arbiter of truth in science is experiment. From the Chair of Physics at Yale, the only way things change in physics is experiments. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our mind. If everything is based on experiment in physics, and cosmology and astronomy can't provide any experiments, then are cosmology and astronomy actual natural sciences? Richard Feynman, if it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. Experiment from Max Planck. Experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry and imagination. So according to Max Planck, cosmology and astronomy, we might as well throw all of them in there. Paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology, whatever that is, and yes, I'm still laughing. Theoretical physics, cosmology, astronomy, and astrophysics are all poetry and imaginations, according to Max Planck. And he's correct. From Stanford, edu, physics and natural science in general is a reasonable enterprise based on valid experimental evidence, criticism, and rational discussion. It provides us with knowledge of the physical world, and it is experiment that provides the evidence that grounds this knowledge. Turn out the lights, baby.
Dismiss it. And
who cares what cosmologists dismiss? They're pseudoscientists.
Taylor's argument is a cogent one. However, it relies on continuity of time through various cycles of the.
You're full of shit, Tony.
Of the event, whereas
what event? The beginning of the universe?
As there is a possibility. Again, if you imagine time as spheroidal.
Oh my God! It's a time as a spheroidal surface. Hey, Tony.
That you'll end up back at your initial point.
So if I move away from the beginning of time, I'll end up at the beginning of time. You glue sniffer?
That it's not a matter of time going on.
Sorry. What Tony is describing, what he doesn't know it, and the reason he doesn't know it is because he's not living in reality, is one full cycle of the sun. That's all he's describing. He doesn't realize that's what he's describing. Because he can't just accept time for what it truly is. For the concept that we have made it into be. These people like Tony, they don't want to live in reality. They want to try and create a different reality for all of us to live in. Why would we do that? Stupid.
Well, because he doesn't have a technical understanding of physical reality. That's why.
Infinitely, and there's big bounces and crunches.
Big bounces and crunches, huh, Tony? Can you show it?
That you walk along the sphere and then you get back to your initial point.
Oh my God.
So in that hypothesis,
that's not a hypothesis either. You'd fail third grade intro to general science. You've sacrificed your science acumen on the second grade retard altar so many times during the past 4 episodes. It's greater than 50.
In that hypothesis, we've.
That's not a hypothesis either.
Had this conversation millions of times before. We'll have it millions of times again.
Not if I have anything to do with it.
Yeah.
I was trying to come in to click on to come off mute and say, no, we will not. And then you said that. I was like, that's what. Because that is, he's literally admitting there that's what his intent is.
Yep.
For him and others to continually having these bullshit conversations forever and ever and ever, and nothing ever being solved.
Yep.
That's what he wants.
Well, and that's what Earth Awakenings, the land of misfit toys 1.0, the mothership, provides. That's why he's there. Right in the lane. Yep.
But there are bazillions of cosmos.
Bazillions. Is that a number?
But there are bazillions of cosmological.
Cosmology is demonstrated pseudoscience. You missed my last presentation about 3 minutes ago.
Models.
Models? What's a model? We talking about scientific models? Define that. You'll never be able to, because you don't know what science is. Models are horseshit.
And none of the professional cosmologists
None of the professional pseudoscientists is what he just said.
Look at the data. Look at the
data.
Theory.
What? Theory? They don't have scientific theories. You don't know what a scientific theory is either. Like I said, you'd sacrifice your science acumen on a second grade retard altar all over again.
Professional cosmologists look at the data, look at the theory.
They look at the theory. How did they get the theory? How are they looking at a theory? The theory is at the end of scientific investigation. Oh, that's right. You don't know what natural science is. I got it.
And come to Witsit's conclusions.
So they come to conclusions after the theory. You're a little bit bass-ackwards, aren't you?
Or Taylor's conclusions.
It's not true. The vast majority said there is a beginning. The vast majority say there is a beginning.
No, but you're just appealing to the God of the gaps.
I guess they do.
God of the gaps. There is no God of the gaps argument. It's an evolution of the gaps.
I'm not appealing to the God of the
God.
gap. What I said was that if the first law of thermodynamics says matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed, but the second law says the amount of usable energy is decreasing, that requires a beginning. So we can't claim it was always here, which means that there was a beginning. So now we have to invoke a creation. The antecedent to creation of energy and matter is a creator. If it doesn't, it's not confined to the current laws of nature, then that means it's supernatural by definition. So we now have a supernatural creator.
That is a pathetically.
It's not affirming the consequent.
I think that a form of hell for me would definitely be an endless conversation with Brenda. That would be hell. That would be a type of hell.
Yes,
that is a pathetically infantile Gish Gallop.
It's not a Gish Gallop. You don't know what a Gish Gallop is. He was right on point, right on topic. You don't know what a Gish Gallop is. You used it out of context. You're a dumb fuck.
And I can prove it.
Most of those were just
you
nonsense.
don't know. So for starters, we don't.
For starters, is that the beginning?
Matter and energy were created. We don't know that matter and energy were introduced.
We don't know that matter and energy were introduced. Where do you live at, Tony?
We don't know where matter and energy came from.
Pause. I don't know about Tony specifically, but has he not referred to the Big Bang and pre-Planck time?
Yes.
Yeah, so how can he say he doesn't know if matter and energy has a beginning?
How can he say it? With his lips and his tongue, and he's retarded. That's how.
Starters, we don't know that matter and energy were created. We don't know that matter and energy were introduced. We don't know where matter and energy came from.
I'll tell you where it didn't come from. Nature. If you think it does, then you're in violation of the laws of thermodynamics and quantum mechanics. PhD Tony, thanks for playing. Fucking ass clown.
We don't.
Wait, you're saying we don't know if they were introduced?
Sorry. I'm sorry that I was still speaking when you chose.
He's sorry that he's continuing to ramble on ludicrous, preposterous, unscientific, train wreck topics, but he's going to continue to speak.
To interrupt.
Don't interrupt him.
A bunch of stuff about the early universe that
early universe.
We don't know. We do not know that matter and energy was created.
Yes, we do. First and second law states it. Go ahead.
Early universe.
Yes.
I thought that's what I was trying to say. It doesn't exist, only.
Yeah. Is that the beginning?
Your favorite person?
The early. Oh, we got Mrs. South Side of Chicago back. Go ahead.
Sorry.
She knows it all since she went to Chicago, which was only yesterday. Sorry, Kiwi.
Your favorite person in the chat, though, said the stress energy tensor of matter not being symmetric in time, etc., etc., etc.
Who's that over in this chat? Oh, yeah. J-Ace, dumbass. The stress energy tensor, huh? J-Ace. Why don't you come on in? We'll talk about the stress energy tensor. In general theory and Einstein's field equations, we'll talk about that. Etc., etc., etc. Yeah, that should be the foundational friggin' forward of your autobiography, along with retard.
That's just an assertion on your part.
What's just an assertion? That matter was created? No, that falls under the laws of thermodynamics and quantum mechanics, dumbass.
You're saying that we don't know if matter and energy was introduced, but simultaneously for an hour have argued that there was a moment that there was no matter or energy. So how do we get
No,
from...
I've never argued that.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did. Pre-Planck time.
Yeah, you did.
That's exactly what you were arguing.
He's so stupid. He doesn't know what what his position is. He's such a moron.
He realizes,
How do we...
yeah, but he realizes when he's back to the wall, because you can hear it, where he starts getting carried away and losing the plot. He knows when that's happening.
J.A.'s dumbass, like a whole bunch of effects, show that these laws, the laws of thermodynamics, don't apply to the universe as a whole. Oh boy, you're gonna be in.
Could he produce some of these, please?
They don't. Yeah, I don't know. He must not be a relativist. How can he claim the stress energy tensor in Einstein's field equations, and yet not know that the laws of thermodynamics are universal from the chief relativist? J-Ace, can you explain that? Because I got it right here.
What?
I bet you that clown doesn't even know what the second law is.
Well, what happens with them... sorry, go on.
No, I bet you he doesn't know what it is. He knows. I know that he doesn't know what it is, and he's commenting on the what it applies to. J.A.'s dumbass. You're an ass clown, dude. Go ahead, Brian. Oops.
Yeah, well, what I find with them is they tend to throw Einstein under the bus without knowing that they're after throwing Einstein under the bus.
Yep.
They do it a lot.
Yes, they
because
do.
they don't know what Einstein was talking about.
Yep. Yep, you're right.
How do we get from false dichotomy? What's it? You gave
Now it's a false dichotomy.
I'm going to try to finish speaking. Thank you. How do we get from there is no matter and energy to there is matter and energy without it being introduced?
That's too, yeah, you can't do that to them. What's it? That question makes that question makes too much sense. You can't do that to a fucking baller. Come on now.
I can explain that.
Brenda can explain that. Boy, I can't wait to hear that shit.
All points in time. So what you're saying is that there is a point in time at which there was no matter and energy.
No, that's what you said.
And I dispute that there existed a point in time at which that was true, because...
Really? In the beginning, that's what you were saying.
By definition, in order for time to exist, the universe must exist.
What about pre-Planck time? Remember that? Remember the hour you were going on and on about pre-Planck time, Tony? You dumbass cracker. You're so dizzy. You're like a dizzy dumb fuck. You don't know what you're doing. That's a technical term, by the way. It's an industry phrase. Dizzy dumb fuck.
They tend to, as we spoke about many times in the past, they make arguments, and it's funny when I use this term, in a vacuum. This must be the vacuum energy Tony's talking about, because they always do this. Where they make one argument, then 20 minutes later they're making a completely contradictory argument.
Yep.
And they think the two of them are all powerful to the same thing.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what Tony's doing here.
Exist. Space-time must exist.
What's space-time?
So there is no point in time at which there was no matter and energy.
There goes your pre-Planck time.
Okay, so to quote you, in order for the universe to exist, space and time must exist, matter and energy must exist. Therefore, when you were earlier claiming a situation or scenario,
say pre-Planck time, what's it?
That did not have matter, did not have energy, did not have space, did not have time, you were invoking a time prior to the...
He didn't state it. That was a perfect opportunity.
Existence of the universe.
No, the very concept of right.
He's an idiot. Yeah. Witsit could have really busted him with the pre-Planck time right there, but he didn't do it.
The universe is incoherent.
That's what the Stephen Hawking quote says.
It's all recorded, dude. I need clippers. I just need clippers to take this stuff and show what he argued for an hour.
That's all right. You don't need to do that. I've done it. I got that covered.
Hour, and then watch how he just denied the necessary implications of what he argued.
You've just.
Well, you're not going to gaslight me, bro. So good. Try it on someone else.
Tell us your conception of how it began.
So your confidence that you correctly understood what I said.
Oh, he didn't understand what you said, like pre-Planck time. That's the problem, huh, Tony? Dumb fuck.
Is absurd given your...
Absurd, little color commentary. Absurd, huh?
Bet $1,000 on it?
Here comes the bets. The da-da-da-da-da and the bet. Yep, that was part of the criterion for you, Witsit. Way to follow up with it.
That I...
1 second.
Good.
Pause a second. In this instance, I normally think that's a heap of rubbish, all that bet and stuff, right? And he doesn't need to bet him a whole lot of money. But in this instance, I think it's kind of warranted.
I got you.
I think it is kind of warranted.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Yeah. I'm following you.
I said that there was a time before the universe?
Yes, pre-Planck time. You said it about 500 fucking times. You dizzy dumb fuck.
No, good try there.
Yeah, he did. Pre-Planck time, Witsit. Is Witsit going in and out of consciousness?
I don't know. I don't know why he disagreed with that there.
Right. I don't know.
That you specifically tried to defend a scenario where there was no matter and there was no energy. Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Okay, and you just said that, and that you just said that a universe cannot. First of all, the idea that space and time exist without matter is incoherent. And then you said that if space, time, matter, and energy don't exist, then the universe doesn't exist.
Well, as we understand it, yeah, that's true.
Okay, so then the necessary implication of all of that together.
But the possibility.
Holy shit. Death throws, Tony. That's due 7 offsuit. Thank you. Like we didn't know.
Possibility remains that the universe existed just in a form that was different from the way we perceive
Special pleading fallacy again.
it now.
So now you're contradicting yourself because just a second ago.
It depends what you mean by universe, right?
Well, what do you mean by universe then?
Well, you just said that if there was no matter and energy, there could be no universe. And now you were saying there's a...
I'm talking about the universe that we can perceive now. There is... and how that universe...
Pause a second. Yeah, I'm not going to go on with I'm not going to talk about the universe power because everyone's clear about my thoughts on that. And this is where it leads to, unfortunately, right? But the problem is with that and that type of thing, something that I am going to talk about. The problem with that is that people like Tony, PhD Tony, can then just change whatever their definition of it is on the spot.
Yep.
Because it doesn't have any clear definition.
Yep.
That's universal.
Yeah. Exactly.
Came to be, the process by which it emerged, by which time came to exist, is fully described by Hawking.
Really? He fully described it. How can you describe something that you didn't witness? Tony. Can you answer me that?
With a crystal potato.
Yep.
Right. Hawking
No, wrong. Wrong, Tony. Not right. Wrong.
In his boundaryless universe hypothesis.
Back to the boundaryless universe hypothesis. That's not a hypothesis. It's just something that Hawking pulled out of his ass.
Hypothesis talks about the differential.
He talks about the one that we weren't talking about.
Differentiation of time from the other axes.
Yeah, back to the axes of time again.
And the process by which it becomes time as we currently understand it.
Oh, time as we currently was there a spot in time where we didn't understand it? What time was?
But before that.
But before what?
Well, if before.
Holy shit! The tangled webs you weave.
So the process.
Sentence fragment, whole thought fragment. God.
Just another thing that Tony and his ilk like to do is they like to say, as we currently understand it. I've heard Tony say this a lot in this and at other times when I've heard him speak.
Yep.
No, Tony, I fully understand it. I can lay out exactly what it is that you are calling time. Regardless of what you want to think it is or what you think people on, it's very, very simplistic on this. So they like to complicate matters or put things into the mystical. You know what I mean? If we understood it better or differently, then it could be a different thing. No, Tony, it can't be different. It is what it is. It's that simple. So there's no we here. There's you, maybe, not me or other people. I don't like that.
Process by which that occurred is a mathematically complex one by which it peels off from the space dimensions.
This is an example, a perfect example of like underneath the disguise of ostensible certainty is just paradoxical doublespeak, right? Because once we
got it. Very well articulated.
Really got down to it after all this time, you say that, dude, this is so incoherent. You can't have space and time without matter, and without space, time, matter, and energy, you don't have a universe. You can't have a universe without that. And I said, oh, okay. So earlier, when you were invoking a scenario without space, time, matter, and energy, then you were invoking a time prior to the universe because you just said the universe can't exist without those things, and then you said no, right? It's just double speak. It's fundamentally double speak.
There was nothing before the universe.
Nothing.
No, there's nothing in between your ears, Brenda.
Think?
Yeah.
But pause. She's coming in there to try and help Tony, but she's actually not helping him there now. Because she's coming in to make a statement, even though it's a red herring to get Witsit's attention onto her and away from Tony, because Tony's obviously in trouble in the corner. But her statement is that there was nothing before the universe. So that means that Tony is wrong then, Brenda, according to you.
And she's setting Witsit up for nothing can't exist.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, the concept of nothing itself is incoherent because nothing is a thing.
I don't mean that nothing. I mean,
she doesn't mean that nothing, Tony. She's talking about another nothing.
Did Tony say nothing is a thing?
Yeah.
Did Tony say nothing is a thing?
We'll go back. Let's pull 2 J's with that one.
there was nothing before the universe.
Nothing?
Yeah.
Oh.
With a K. Let's not forget that's a nothing with a K.
I mean, the concept of nothing itself is incoherent because nothing is a thing.
Because nothing's a thing. The concept of nothing is incoherent because nothing is a thing. Hey, Tony? I'll leave that with y'all out there.
I don't mean that nothing. I mean,
she doesn't mean that nothing. What nothing do you mean, Brenda?
The other nothing.
She meant the other nothing. You know, the other one. An ass clown.
The other one.
Right. All right.
You like that?
Yeah, it's just what people are laughing in the background. How stupid it is. Yeah.
Discussing time, as we understand it, we're talking about
another sentence fragment.
About what we consider to be the real axis, of time, and
the axis of time. What's time? Oh, that's right, clocks. And Brenda said dog bones are clocks. Therefore, according to YouTube bozos, time is dog bones.
That progresses. But if there's an imaginary axis of time, then, you know, in that case, the concept of time becomes
imaginary?
I forget the term. It's got multiple meanings.
Well, that would be a law of identity violation. Tony? This guy, like I said, he needs
could be permitted.
He needs to be institutionalized. Yeah, you're permitted. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't know if you were permitting me to go or not there. The concept of time, Tony, that's kind of changed things for you. Concept of time. That would mean it's not an actual thing then.
Yeah.
Would it not?
Yeah.
So how could it not have a beginning then? Yeah. How could it not have a beginning then? All concepts have a beginning, a human beginning. They start and end with humans.
Don't ruin it for him.
So
yeah, I think that means that it can be understood by a human being then.
Stuff can happen on the imaginary axis of time.
Stuffsies.
You're on mute, Kimmy.
Stuffsies can happen on the imaginary axis of time, people.
Without happening on the real axis of time.
Can we have a picture of this? Where's the real axis and then the imaginary axis of time? Put that mug in a jar and paint it red. These are delusional nitwits.
I was going to say it's poly.
I know what that is.
That's the word.
Say again?
I know where the axis of time is, the real one.
The real one?
Right at the very center. Yeah. It's right at the very center of the latitude and longitude.
Very center.
That's the best answer I have to that.
Outstanding.
Polysemous, yes. That's the, yeah. So time becomes...
So polysemous, huh? That's a law of identity violation. Tony. You polysemous, punk-ass, piperhead, pecker-headed peckerwood.
And this makes your arguments extremely fraught.
It's fraught. His imaginary time axis that he just fucking dreamed up has Witsit's argument in fraught.
With casual wordplay, right?
Like you're doing. So what is this, like the dumbass Hillary Clinton Academy of charging others with what you do? Sounds like it to me.
Right. The very concept of time, given that we
There he goes again. Very concept of time. What? Do concepts have axes?
Talk about time having a real value that increases, but the possibility that time is an imaginary or indeed a quaternary or an
quaternary. What?
Octonian.
Octonian. What?
Sorry, quaternion or octonian.
I don't know what that is.
Holy shit. Okay, brother. Can you show us this?
Entity.
Show the entity.
Raises possibilities for things to unfurl, for events to occur.
All right, I've had enough.
No way.
No way.
I thought you were going to finish about half an hour ago. I was going to go on a quarter to the hour now. I was going, he's finished. There's no way he's going any further. And you went that extra 2 rounds. Well done.
I went the extra mile, is what you're saying.
Yeah. It's like you really pushed it there. I was like, he's on board. He's on board today.
Yeah, I was on board. Trying to check out though.
Yeah, I'm checking out of that conversation too. I'm so over it.
Yeah, we're not.
It's funny how Witsit called that out, where the vain ramblings of man, like trying to wax philosophical. I can't remember exactly what he said verbatim, just kind of.
Yeah.
It's funny because he's guilty of doing such a thing over the word nothing. Nothing with a K.
Oh, let me try to find something I wanted to find. Where did I check that? Where'd that go? Oh, that's too many. Oh, man, I can't find it. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Now that I'm looking for something, I can't damn find it. Son of a... All right, the heck with it. I ain't going to be able to find it. Not today. All right, hey, Platzi.
Thanks for joining us today, as little as you might be in number, but still happy to have you here, and have a blessed day, and see you next time.
step up in this game like I'm hammering nails. Earth's a flat plane, listen up, I'll tell you tales. Home Depot vibes on my tools, no fails. Level up my vision while the world just derails. Jared said it first, now I'm chasing the truth. First wanna know, is he shilling or aloof? Now I'm flexing with the facts while they playing the fool. Flat earth, no curve, I'm breaking all the rules. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. Like a Home Depot. Rolling deep through Antarctica, you know what's up. Snowflakes in the air, yeah, we sipping from the cup. Well, Duffy said, trust me, I came out of the blue. Started from the hustle, now I'm building my crew. Wait, I'm stacking up truth like I'm lumber from the store. Got the blueprint, baby, I'm ready for war. See the horizon straight, no dip in my sight. Thug life on the flat, bringing knowledge to the fight. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So I'm here to break walls, I'm kicking down doors, hash street life, I'm hustling, what's mine is ours. A whole new vision, we gon' stack and we gon' rise. With my crew by my side, we defy all the lies. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on a 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah.
The end of May 2020. Jose JG Retard Show.
Jose, can I just add something really quickly? Just because I'm going to go in a second. Jose, you're asking for you know, like this Nobel Peace Prize in science.
Nice one, Dean the dipshit Stingray. A Nobel Peace Prize in science, eh? My word. You can't make this shit up, folks. Hey, Dean, is water vapor a gas? Apparently, Dean the dipshit Stingray Jedi mind tricked Latonia Butthead into thinking there was a Nobel Peace Prize in science.
The person who invented the MRI is Dr. Tyson's professor in college, who won a Nobel Peace Prize.
A Nobel Peace Prize for an MMR? Really? What the hell is an MMR? And a Nobel Peace Prize? What did they send it to Iran and said, you can't step away from the peace talks now? What a friggin' bonehead. Now, with her next thesis defense.
I think that you have a point. But at the same time, I would also grab something that would help me understand it. Like, so I don't know what this word means. There's a dictionary right there. Or I'd Google it. What does this term mean? And that might open up the whole world to say, oh, now I can finish reading the rest of this paper. It might be something just like that. You know, it might just be a word or two or 10 that you've never ran across before, and you have to educate yourself on something.
Yeah, here's a word we never ran across before. Equivocation. Why don't you educate us on that word, clown?
Yes,
it's not the same equivocation.
What the hell did you just say?
Well, it doesn't have the same equivocation. Of fervor. That's why it's a bad analogy.
Equivocation of fervor? Well, now that you contextualized it, that makes all the difference in the world. Folks, if you haven't realized that these bald-tarred boneheads are bumbling buffoons bereft of any basic reasoning whatsoever, then you need to be institutionalized. Collectively, these pretender clown numpty dipshits should be horse tranquilized, sent to Shady Meadows for an emergency lobotomy.